Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more from Washington.
The Biden administration hoping to revoke several Trump-era mandates with proposed comprehensive changes to Title IX. The regulations would boost protections for transgender students across the country and would allow schools to investigate sexual misconduct at institutions without a formal complaint.
Every person, every person deserves a chance to realize their full potential.
The spotlight has been on transgender athletes competing in sports as of late, with several sporting bodies struggling with ways to address the issue. It is still unclear exactly how the new proposal would affect sports. Advocacy groups are fearful laws restricting transgender athletes from women's competitions could eventually create a dangerous precedent.
In the U.S., trans people are under utter attack from all angles. When you're trying to single out trans women, you need to study trans women athletes.
Some lawmakers and former officials admit the issue is complicated, but say Mr. Biden's proposed changes are a step too far.
They would attempt to expand the definition of biological sex through a rulemaking process. It really is a bridge too far.
The action that the Biden administration is expected to announce today essentially erases the progress that Title IX has brought.
Passed in 1972, Title IX prohibits sex-based discrimination in any school or educational program that receives federal funding. President Biden's proposals come as several Republican-led states across the country have implemented legislation to ban transgender students from women's and girls' sports. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And now out to an event with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi concerning Title IX, as she is obviously commemorating and remembering when it was enacted here. Let's listen in to the Speaker's remarks here from earlier.
To welcome all of you to celebrate Congresswoman Patsy Takemoto Mink, a trailblazing elected official, a legendary champion of equality, and our beloved colleague and friend. Some of us had the honor and privilege of serving with her. Indeed, the portrait we will unveil today is a beautiful tribute to an all-American hero, and let us thank the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own chorus, for the beautiful performance befitting the patriotism of Patsy Mink. Thank you, wherever they are. And thank you so much. It is thrilled that we are joined here today by Patsy's dear daughter, Dr. Wendy Mink. Let us welcome the iconic Billie Jean King back to the Capitol. We honored and celebrated her during this year's Women's History Month, and we're glad to do so again. And thank you to my colleagues here, KPAC, the Chair Judy Chu, Education and Labor Chair Bobby Scott, House Administration Chair Zoe Lofgren, and the delegation from Patsy's home state, Senator Mazie Hirono, our former colleague here in the House, Senator Brian Schatz, Congressman Ed Case, and Congressman Cal Cahelli. I invite them all to join us for the unveiling of the portrait. Shall we?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Judy Chu, Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus.
Good morning. As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or what we call KPAC, I'm so honored to participate in today's incredibly historic portrait unveiling ceremony honoring a pioneer and trailblazer, Congresswoman Patsy Takemoto Mink. I want to express my sincere thanks to House Fine Arts Board Chair Representative Zoe Lofgren, and especially Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi has often talked about her admiration for Congressmember Mink, and when we in the Congressional Asian Pacific Caucus presented the idea of the portrait, she embraced it. It was truly because of her determination and persistence that this portrait will hang forever in the halls of the U.S. Capitol. Congresswoman Mink made history as the first Asian American woman and the first woman of color ever elected to Congress. She paved the way for so many of us, including myself, to follow in her footsteps. Growing up, I never thought I would be in elected office, let alone a member of Congress. It's because I never saw anyone who looked like me in such positions, so it never even occurred to me that it was a possibility. But think of how different this will be with the installation of this portrait. So many young girls will see it as they walk through the halls of the U.S. Capitol, and they will see a shining example of what Asian American women and women of color can do as trailblazers in Congress. By trailblazing, I refer to the fact that Congresswoman Mink changed history for all women. She championed Title IX, which bans sex discrimination in all federally funded education and athletic activities and programs. Congresswoman Mink paved the way for greater gender and racial representation and fought hard for gender equity. Known as a mother of Title IX, Congresswoman Mink wrote the bill in part in response to the discrimination she faced during her own educational experience. The bill was even renamed the Patsy T. Mink Equal Opportunity and Education Act upon her passing. This ceremony must be a reminder to all of us, though, that our job is not yet done. We must continue to work together to uphold and strengthen Title IX so that every student can learn, grow, and participate in educational environments free from discrimination. So today, as we mark the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX, I'm deeply honored to join Speaker Pelosi, daughter Wendy Mink, fellow KPAC member Senator Mazie Hirono, the incredible Billie Jean King, and all of you in honoring Patsy Takemoto Mink and celebrating her legacy through this portrait.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Bobby Scott, Chairman of the Education and Labor Committee of the United States House of Representatives.
Good morning. I'm pleased to join Speaker Pelosi, Senator Hirono, Representative Chu, and other members of Congress, Dr. Wendy Mink, and of course one of tennis legend Billie Jean King, who I have been following for a long time, including watching her win the Battle of the Sexes a long time ago. Young people, just Google tennis Battle of the Sexes and you'll know what I'm talking about. Congresswoman Patsy Mink has an unquestionable place among the portraits of this institution's trailblazers. As you know, Congresswoman Mink became the first Asian American woman, in fact, the first woman of Congress to serve in Congress at a time when the country was navigating a particularly painful chapter in our fight for equality in America. Despite the barriers to success for women of color, Congresswoman Mink channeled her experiences to advocate for her constituents and for every American like her who had previously had no voice on Capitol Hill. I witnessed her dedication and leadership firsthand when we served together on the House Committee on Education and Labor, which I now have the privilege of chairing, and to this day, millions of Americans benefit directly from her legislative accomplishments, including laws that provide for special education, bilingual education, and a head start in education. It was Congresswoman Mink who understood the need for child care for workers who are essential but are paid the least income. For years, she worked to pass the Comprehensive Child Development Act. It finally passed Congress only to be regrettably vetoed by President Nixon. It was Congresswoman Mink who championed Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide for equitable access to education and athletics regardless of gender. Exactly 50 years later, Title IX remains a pillar to our commitment to providing all students, K through 12 and higher education, to a safe learning environment free from sexual harassment, assault, and discrimination. Unfortunately, we know that sex-based discrimination still persists. 1 in 5 women still report experiencing sexual assault during college. So even as the fight for gender equality continues, we can all agree that Congresswoman Mink's legacy lives on. So as we all continue her work to secure affordable child care for working families, achieve equality in education, and deliver an America where all can succeed, I thank you for being here today as we celebrate the life's work of Congresswoman Patsy Mink.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mazie Hirono, United States Senator from Hawaii.
Aloha, everyone. I'm really honored to be here with all of you, and I'm so happy that my delegation from Hawaii, we are all here. And of course, Speaker Pelosi, I know that we owe this portrait to you. And when it was unveiled, I literally had tears in my eyes. I have to tell you that when I first got elected to Congress in 2006, and I met with Nancy Pelosi for the first time, she shared with me the story of how when Nancy was first, in her early years in the U.S. House, Patsy Mink was the first, if not among the first, to say to her, one day you're going to become Speaker of the House. And I'm really happy that Speaker Pelosi shared that story with me, because it just really showed me how appreciative Patsy was in all that she did, but how much she supported women in office. So, of course, I am honored to be here with all of you to celebrate the life and legacy of an icon in American history, and my dear friend, Patsy Takemoto Mink. And it's wonderful to see Dr. Wendy Mink here, and of course, Billie Jean King, an icon herself. As noted, Patsy was a champion for social justice, equality, and civil rights, and a trailblazer in every sense of that word. And I was lucky enough to work with Patsy over a number of years, probably decades, when I was serving in Hawaii, and Patsy was in DC. And the last time I saw Patsy was in 2002, when we were both in the famous Kailua 4th of July parade. And she invited me to have lunch with her after the parade, and it was to encourage me to keep going, to persevere as I ran for governor that year. Patsy's life and career were lessons in perseverance. As a young student in Hawaii, Patsy had hopes of becoming a doctor. But as a brilliant young woman, she was denied acceptance into medical school, told that they already had enough women. See, they could just say that overtly back in the day. Now, they're a little more careful about those kinds of comments these days, but not enough. So if no medical school, Patsy said to herself, I'm sure, what next? Then what? She applied to the University of Chicago Law School, where she was placed as a foreign student. Some people still don't know that Hawaii is a state. But back then it wasn't. It was a territory, but she was certainly a U.S. citizen, not a foreign student. Upon graduation, she wasn't offered a job by any Chicago firm. Sound familiar? Patsy knew things had to change.
She was in her 30s when she decided to run for office, first for the Hawaii Territorial Legislature in 1956. Then she went on to become the first Asian American woman elected to Congress in 1965. In fact, she was the first woman of color to be elected to Congress. And the discrimination she experienced firsthand fueled her work for decades to come, and her legacy that lasts to today, of course. She fought to make sure that no other woman was ever told no simply because of gender, and to ensure that women in our country have every opportunity that men have. And it was this perseverance that ultimately resulted in her sponsorship and passage of Title IX, which, as noted, was renamed in honor of her. But Title IX, 37 words, banned sex-based discrimination in schools. Today, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Title IX, which was, as I mentioned, renamed in Patsy by George Miller when he was chair of the Education Committee, and I had the opportunity to serve with George Miller on the Education Committee for 6 years when I was in the U.S. Congress. 37 words long. Title IX represented a sea change for women in our country 50 years later. Title IX is just as important today as it was when Patsy fought for it. Thanks to Title IX, more women than ever before are leading in government, business, and of course, in medicine. But while we have come a long way since Patsy was rejected from medical school because of her gender, of course, we still have a way to go for true equity. And we need to strengthen Title IX and protect the rights of every student to a welcoming and supportive school environment. By working to build on the progress Congresswoman Patsy Mink worked so hard to secure, we are helping generations of women and girls to come to have the opportunities and the support they need to thrive in school and beyond. I'm so glad that visitors to our nation's capital will be able to learn more about Patsy and her many accomplishments, and that they will be reminded of the power of perseverance. Mahalo, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Army Chorus.
We've been listening in to this event on Title IX and the unveiling of that portrait of the late Representative Patsy Mink there. Wanted to listen in to the speaker's remarks as she, of course, is highlighting the changes that have been made by the Biden administration and looking back at the past and movement that has come forth as well. We want to cut in, though, and move into some breaking news that we are following out in Brooklyn. As we're hearing, a police officer has been shot in the arm but is in stable condition. Mayor Eric Adams just showing up to the scene right now. He's getting briefed by many of these officials, will likely be briefed alongside our reporters that are there on the scene. We'll take that press conference as it happens live here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking a bit of breaking news out of Brooklyn, New York right now, where there are reports of an officer that was shot in the arm. We're hearing that he or she is in stable condition and has been transported to Kings County Hospital. The firearm was recovered in the area of the shooting. There was also a T-shirt that was also recovered in the area. We'll be getting more details as a press conference has been scheduled. Mayor Adams has just shown up to the scene here. This all, of course, happening as New York is in the spotlight when it comes to the Supreme Court, as they ruled that New York's concealed carry statute that requires an individual to establish proper cause in order to obtain a license violates the Constitution by preventing law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms in public for self-defense. So as we said, New York in the spotlight today, also gun legislation in the spotlight. We have Senator Ted Cruz, who is speaking on the floor right now as senators are debating this bipartisan gun legislation that has been proposed. It's quite possible that the bill could be passed tonight if there is enough support from all senators here. So we'll be keeping our eyes close on that. We were able to speak with Fox's David Spunt earlier about all of the gun conversation underway at the Supreme Court level and on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in.
Let's go ahead and bring in Fox's David Spunt here to help kind of break down what exactly happened today. I know, David, that there's been so much reaction, especially from some of our New York leaders, very upset about this ruling here today.
Hi, well, good to be with you. Certainly, this is a case out of New York State. It deals with a concealed carry law and some of the restrictions that officials in New York put onto people that wanted to essentially carry guns in public. It's a law that originally dates back to 1905. It was amended in 1911 and 1913. The Supreme Court today struck down that law, essentially making it easier in New York State to get those concealed carry permits. It's important to point out not everybody in New York is going to be able to just go run and buy a gun and carry it in public. There are still many different steps that have to go through, but no question this is a win for Second Amendment enthusiasts today from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, a lot of Republican leaders across the country saying that it's a big win for those who do believe in the Second Amendment rights. But I wanted to ask you, David, it seems like there's already a lot of strict rules in place when it comes to concealed carry permits in the state of New York. And now with them being upset about this ruling, could things get even tougher for people who are looking to buy a gun?
You know, it may be too early to tell. Governor Kathy Hochul today took an opposite stance. She said that this is shocking. She used the word shocking twice in one sentence and said that it seems that First Amendment speech can be curtailed in some ways, but she said it seems to be, and these are the words of the governor, that the Second Amendment really has no bounds or no limits in the United States. So she was disappointed in this decision. The same with President Biden and Vice President Harris. What this can do for not only New York and concealed carry permits, and we are talking about concealed carry permits in public, we don't know how this is going to affect that in the future because ultimately that's up to the legislature, and we don't know how this is going to affect other states. However, it's a significant overturning of a law that's been in New York for more than a century, since 1913. And this comes, and I can't tell you the irony in the juxtaposition here. Just across the street from the Supreme Court, the U.S. Senate is getting to vote on gun control measures following that horrible tragedy in Uvalde, Texas last month where those children were killed and those teachers. It was awful. And there's a debate to actually strengthen some gun control measures in the United States Senate, and the House, which is a Democratic House, is on board with it. The Senate, a Democratic Senate, is on board with it as well, or 50-50 Senate, I should say, but there are Republicans that are willing to go along with this, and this is just across the street from the Supreme Court. So while the Supreme Court is making it easier to get these concealed carry permits, right across the street, another building, the U.S. Capitol, things are going to be a little bit more difficult when it comes to certain gun control measures.
Yeah, we were listening into some of those debates happening there on the floor, and I'm sure that they have been now reversing or structuring some of their speeches after today's ruling did come down.
Yes, definitely. And you heard Vice President Harris, who met with attorneys general from different states across the country, Democratic attorneys general, to talk about the path forward, where they're going to go if the Roe v. Wade is overturned. And that's a separate issue, but it's also something the U.S. Supreme Court is poised to rule on very soon. They're expected to overturn Roe v. Wade, which will send the abortion issue back to the states. So while Harris was meeting with these attorneys general about the abortion issue, she also expressed via a statement that she was displeased with this ruling today on guns.
And finally, you know, I was kind of surprised to see reaction even from states. Of course, we look at states that are near New York where they could have, you know, somewhat of a ripple effect. But then even states like California, who were being very vocal and opinionated, upset about this ruling. Are you surprised at all by some of the reaction that we've seen come out today?
Not really. I think you're going to get kind of a mixed bag of reaction, just depending on where people stand on this issue. You have people that are pro-Second Amendment, you have people that are anti-Second Amendment, and you have people that are really in the middle. I think that coming at the same time the Senate is voting on a gun control measure, the first time we've seen a meaning gun control measure in the U.S. Senate in decades, I think it's significant. It's notable that this happened in the Supreme Court when across the street senators are voting on this measure to control what happens with guns. So it's quite the juxtaposition.
Right, a little bit yin and yang there. So definitely a great breakdown. We do appreciate your time, especially as people are trying to understand exactly what that ruling means for them if they are living in the state of New York. Fox's David Spunt, we do appreciate you being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Alrighty, a great update there on what's going on in New York. We'll also be getting an update from NYPD as there has been one officer that was shot there. We are hearing that that officer is in stable condition. Looks like we lost the shot for a second, but hopefully we'll be getting it back soon. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. We'll be speaking about something completely different as the heat continues to rise. Heat advisories across the board. Things to be looking for. We'll have details with our reporters. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Brutal heat sweeping across the country, now hitting the South the hardest. Millions of Americans remain under heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. Fox's Madison Scarpino has more on this from Memphis, Tennessee. Madison, how's it feeling out there?
One of the many cities that hit a record high temperature yesterday. It was 102 degrees here. Thankfully, it cooled down a bit today, but it's still pretty hot in the 90s and not the humidity. Thankfully, a bit of shade just to stay out of that scorching. This heat dome is baking the U.S. and the Southeast and many other cities along with Memphis are highs. And places like Jacksonville and Tallahassee could approach one of their hottest days ever on record today. And these excessive heat warnings not only pose dangers for the but also puts a lot of strain on power grids as demand soars for to stay cool and their homes are off. Tennessee Valley Authority provides power for 10 million people in 7 states across the South. They've seen a record-breaking June, and just this time last week, they had the highest demand in electricity on its grid for customers. The power company says Mother Nature has really thrown them through a loop, and the record heat has put a lot of pressure on them. But this is something they prepare months in advance for, and so far, running smoothly.
We start in the spring doing maintenance on equipment, checking it, ensuring that everything is up, operational, and ready to go. And then when the hot weather hits, we have staffing in place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That AC can obviously put some strain on the wallet, so making it 1 or 2 degrees higher or shutting the blinds, cooking outside, and not running any major appliances between the peak hours of 1 and 6 p.m. can help save a little bit of money on your power bill. Daytona?
All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino live for us in Memphis, Tennessee. Unfortunately, you're going a little bit in and out. I think the heat has something to do with it, so we're going to let you go. I know it's hot out there. We'll talk to you soon. So we'll be keeping our eyes on those temperatures. Speaking of temperatures, we had a couple of rescues that happened out in Phoenix, Arizona. As you could hear, our chopper that was overhead. We're still trying to nail down exactly how many people were rescued, but it was a group of women who were there. And as many know, here in Phoenix, Arizona, during this time of the year, we are easily in the triple digits, about 105, I think we were hitting at, possibly 110. This is Camelback Mountain. This is one of the locations that people from out of town always come to, Echo Trail. People post on social media. It is a trendy spot to go to, but 1 o'clock during the day, definitely not the best time to be out and about. That is peaking when it comes to heat advisories, and if you are not well equipped, you don't have water with you, then it's not a good formula for success. So we've heard around 10 women that were rescued, this group of women that was visiting town, trying to challenge themselves, getting stuck on the mountain there, but luckily these rescue services, first responders are used to this. During the summer there are rescues, feels like almost weekly there. We'll be getting an update from our reporters at the top of the hour, the 5 o'clock hour, as we're coming up on the 4 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. Moving back out to that news, breaking news out in Brooklyn, New York, where Mayor Adams just showed up to the scene. There was one officer who was shot, that officer in stable condition. The search for the suspect still underway. Hopefully we'll be getting more details here coming soon. Until then, though, let's go out to this story that really is shocking so many people. A U.S. swimmer saved by her coach after fainting in the water during a competition. We were able to speak with our reporters about this case. Amy Kellogg brings us more.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There have been some dramatic photos that have been shared across social media platforms with what is a swimmer who had to be saved by her coach after she had fainted in the pool. Do want to give you a little bit more details here on this story. So we are bringing on here with us on Live Now from Fox's Amy Kellogg. And Amy, I know this was probably some very scary moments for everyone who was watching when this swimmer passed out right there in the middle of the pool.
Well, absolutely. And this time of year, Christy, we worry about children falling into pools. We worry about drowning. But you don't think of a 2-time Olympic competitor nearly drowning in a pool. This apparently was Anita Alvarez's best competition ever. She was really at the top of her game when suddenly, Christy, she fainted. and she sank to the bottom of the pool. And her coach, thinking that the lifeguard was not reacting fast enough, jumped into the water, fully clothed, and scooped 25-year-old Alvarez up. She apparently wasn't breathing. It was frightening, absolutely frightening. But assistance was administered poolside. She came to, and Christy, she is hoping to compete again tomorrow there in Budapest.
And hearing that this situation not only happened, the coach had to jump in herself to help rescue the swimmer, but hearing that this has happened in the past, it actually happened a year ago, that's also kind of something concerning, especially for that entire U.S. team.
Exactly, Christy. It happened a year ago in some qualifying event in Barcelona, and Alvarez bounced right back. And apparently, this has happened when she's practiced before. So this was the second time it happened in front of the cameras and the world's attention, but this has been an issue, and what's probably very concerning to everyone is that the doctors don't seem to have pinpointed a reason for why it's happened. She's been checked out today. All her vital signs, Christy, are great. Blood pressure, heart, oxygen, everything. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation. Is it the fact that these synchronized and artistic swimmers need to hold their breath for really long periods of time? Is it that or the intense stress of performance? Her coach, who saved her, said that we all, as competitive athletes, seek limits, and sometimes we actually find them. So this was a close call. Obviously, everyone will be watching very closely if Alvarez does compete tomorrow in the group event. This was a solo event during which yesterday she lost consciousness. But I think the doctors are still sort of waiting and watching to make sure they don't jump the gun, because it probably would be incredibly traumatic for her to go through this yet another time in Budapest, Christy.
Yeah, traumatic for everyone involved, especially for those who were just watching her sink towards the bottom of that pool. Finally, Amy, has there been any other reaction coming out of Team USA or the coach who jumped in herself, as you said, fully clothed to help rescue her swimmer?
Yeah, well, she's quite a hero, and I think that is the bottom line. That's the second time she's done this, so she's there with an eagle eye at Alvarez's side. I think people are more than anything impressed by the fact that that this woman has been so brave. Alvarez herself, but of course her coach, but Alvarez pressing on and wanting to keep going. She came in 7th in that event, and perhaps, given it was her best performance ever, if this hadn't happened, she would have done much better. So I think there's a lot of support, obviously a lot of concern, and her coach is taking center stage and being the deliverer of information and updates on Alvarez. So I think people's fingers are crossed, and they're just hoping that she continues to do well, and that we will see her splashing quite professionally and competitively and even victoriously tomorrow.
Right. Of course, a lot of people concerned, but still, after all of that training and now you're in the competition mode, I know a lot of people want to continue on with that competition. We'll be interested to see her get back into the water. We do appreciate that update. Again, Fox's Amy Kellogg for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Some dramatic pictures, and just thankful that everyone involved is safe here today.
Thanks, Christy.
Well, we want to take you out live now to this look over Phoenix, Arizona, as a monsoon storm is underway. This is Maricopa County. This is monsoon season, and our meteorologists are watching this. A dust storm warning has been issued for areas south of Phoenix here. Kind of a beautiful shot as we are in the 4 o'clock hour now. We'll be watching the weather across the country as there's been heat advisories that have been initiated for several states. Millions of Americans are watching this, but it's not every day you see those triple-digit temperatures and rain coming down. That is just so special and unique to the Phoenix area. Well, we're going to move away from the weather news for a little bit here and move back into some of gun legislation conversation as Senator Ted Cruz of Texas still speaking on the floor. We're going to listen in live.
Than keeping kids safe. And so if we don't see a straight up vote on my amendment, it is because too many senators in this chamber don't want to vote on a head-to-head choice between actually keeping kids safe versus achieving the political agenda of the left of disarming law-abiding citizens. Mr. President, that's wrong. It's cynical. I have to say in these debates, listen, this is a topic that is emotional. It's a topic that is personal. It's a topic that inevitably the rhetoric gets overheated, and it gets overheated on both sides. Some years ago, I found myself, curiously enough, in a Twitter debate with Alyssa Milano, the actress from Hollywood, the left-wing activist.
And here we have it. We have an update out of New York, Brooklyn, on this officer who was shot and wounded. Let's listen in.
Officers from the 7th Precinct were on patrol in a marked and white vehicle. An individual walking on foot in their vicinity suddenly and without provocation produced a gun and opened fire in broad daylight. At least one round hit the driver's side window of the vehicle, smashing the glass. The officer driving the vehicle sustained an injury to his arm. He was taken to an area hospital and is currently being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. We're so grateful that he's going to be okay. Mr. Mayor?
First of all, we want to really have our hearts go out to Detective Burma and to Officer Beckford. And what also is interesting is at the hospital today, Officer Detective Burma's dad was there. He's a retired cop. Over and over again, we are in these hospital rooms and we're seeing the family members and the parents who are retired cops. If nothing is clearer, that there is a generation of families that are the good guys, and we're finding ourselves fighting against the bad guys. And more, we need every arm of the criminal justice system to participate in this fight. And we feel as though it's not. And today, out of all the other decisions, the Supreme Court hands down a decision that basically states our job is going to get harder. Our job is going to get harder. Too many guns on our street with too many bad people returning to our streets to do bad things to innocent people. This person who came out the building had no regard for any of the innocent people in this community. And then after the shooting, to watch those heroic officers jump out of the car and not run away from the violence, but they ran towards the violence. And to really think about that. That's the uniqueness of the men and women who have made up their mind they're not going to surrender our streets to violence. Not going to surrender our streets to violence. We thank God these officers will be going home tonight, and we're going to do everything possible to find the person who's guilty of this shooting and continue our pursuit to rid our streets of guns. That is our calling and that is our job.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Assistant Chief Joe Kenny. I'm from the Detective Bureau. Please keep in mind the information that I'm about to give you is preliminary, as this incident has just taken place. As the Commissioner stated, at approximately 4:30, uniformed neighborhood coordination officers from the 73rd Precinct were on patrol in a marked New York City Police Department vehicle, which was traveling westbound on Pitkin Avenue as it reached the intersection of Legion. Suddenly, shots rang out. At this time, we believe a shooter was attempting to strike a white vehicle that was driving northbound on Legion. During the course of fire, our NYPD vehicle was struck and an officer was injured. The officers immediately exited their vehicle and pursued the gunman southbound on Legion. The shooter ducked into a nearby courtyard where the officers lost sight of him. We have established a large frozen zone around this area. We have recovered a firearm from this area in the rear of 50 Legion. We have brought in extensive resources to conduct a search for this perpetrator. This remains ongoing at this time. Anyone with information is asked to please call 1-800-577-TIPS. And remember, all these calls are kept confidential. Now I'd like to pass it to the President of the DEA, Paul DiGiacomo.
Thank you. Yesterday, we had a detective who almost lost his life when a perpetrator tried to rip his firearm from his waist. Today, we have a detective and a police officer who were fired upon for just sitting in their radio cars. I've been calling on the governor for 2 years now to appoint a special firearms prosecutor. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, when crack was at epidemic levels, the governor appointed a special narcotics prosecutor. We need a special firearms prosecutor to precisionally prosecute firearm-related crimes. And to the person who is responsible for this action today, I promise you, New York City detectives will track you down and will bring you to justice. Thank you.
You know, we are in a crisis now. This crisis did not start this summer. This crisis started a number of years ago. And you see here City Hall, our agency, the unions, the people on the street while we were walking to these microphones thanking us for what we do. We are all together realizing there's a crisis. Well, we need the City Council, the Assembly, and the Senate, and the Governor's office to realize we're in a crisis and give us the tools and the support that we need to do the job. Change and reform the laws that they took away from us. We're approaching the summer. We want it to be a peaceful one. I think it can be if we all work together in government like our agency, union, and the people are doing.
We'll take a couple of questions. Roger?
Yeah, Chief, I'm a little confused about what happened. They were shooting at a white car.
It appears that a gentleman is standing in front of 17 Legion. He discharges a firearm northbound on Legion toward Pitkin Avenue at a white vehicle. There's a picture of the firearm right here. All right. As he's firing at the white car, the NYPD marked car pulls into the intersection where it is struck in the front driver's side window, which injures our officer.
And the officer was sitting on the right side.
Officer was driving the vehicle at the time, was sitting on the left side.
Josh Heiniger?
Just to clarify, the officer was injured by the glass that was shattered, do you think, or was it a bullet fragment?
Still being determined this time at the hospital.
Any other questions?
Yeah. There's a report of a shooting on Mother Gaston Boulevard not far from here. Any indication that this might be connected to...
We'll certainly investigate that possibility, but at this time, no.
Any other questions? Only the officer was one injured, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, only the officer was injured, not the detective.
The other way around.
The detective. A detective was working with a police officer.
And he was driving?
Yes.
And he'll be going home tonight?
Once again, the hospital will make that determination.
Do you have post?
Can you tell us anything about the firearm?
As of right now, it appears to be a 9mm Taurus firearm, was recovered in the rear of 50 Legion, right where the perpetrator was running.
Last question, Josh?
It sounds like, I just want to make it clear, these officers were unintended targets or innocent bystanders in the shooting. We've been covering all these innocent bystander incidents for the last several months. Does anyone want to comment on the fact that New York City police officers just drove into a battle without even realizing it was happening? It's just astonishing that that's where we are.
I think I don't disagree that it's an outrage and it's unacceptable, but it goes to show that our officers are out there and they're engaging and they're in these communities to try to stop this violence, and we won't stop.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Do you have the names? Reference the names of the officers. City? Give me 1 second, yeah.
Okay, so this was the update that we got. Mayor Adams centering this on, of course, the ruling that came down from the Supreme Court. He says that they are making it more difficult to prohibit crimes like this from happening. Interesting timing, breaking news coming out of Brooklyn as New York is in the spotlight when it comes to gun legislation. We want to move away from that for just a moment here to go back into some of the monsoon weather that is happening out in Phoenix, Arizona right now. We have people who are outside of their cars, a dust storm warning as well. They're in weather coverage right now with Fox 10 in Phoenix. We're going to listen in.
All of these cities and places on the outskirts of the valley get ready for this storm system because that is where we are headed at this hour. But it gives you a good idea. You know, this is the monsoon, John, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, and we're getting it early, too.
Yeah, you never know when these storms are going to pop up and how strong they'll end up being sometimes.
They're impossible, almost impossible to forecast because it pops up in areas will get dumped on. And a couple of miles away, nothing. I mean, it's just so spotty.
It definitely is. And we can hear thunder.
Right over the Fox 10 studios in downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, it is just coming through. And so many of you have called in, shared your videos and pictures. We're going to show plenty of them coming up throughout the 4 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour as well. And so continue to send those in. You can download our Fox 10 weather app and you can share those images and video right there through the app. It is so very easy. And then we'll receive those and share it, of course, on the air if you'd like. So you can see the rest of the state if I zoom out a little bit. Initially, the high country in eastern Arizona have been receiving a fair amount of rain. Let's zoom into Flagstaff if we can a little bit, and you can see we do have some strong storm cells moving in Flagstaff area, headed towards the northeast and towards the Navajo Nation and eventually towards the Four Corners region. The I-40 corridor all along the high country, you're just going to want to be careful if you're driving east and west of there. The only place that we see really dry conditions is western Arizona. Lake Havasu City, Bullhead City, you have not received a good dose of rain just yet, but don't worry because it'll come. But again, here is another look here at the radar down to the south of South Mountain area where Rick Davis, our photojournalist, just gave us that live look. Here's Maricopa in the center of your screen, and this is where people are actually pulled over onto the side of the road on that State Route 347. It's that one-way corridor in and out of Maricopa because it is just so dangerous out there right now.
Celeste, one quick thing before we go to break. I don't know if you can go to a wide of the state and lightning, because the concern in the early monsoon storms of the season is that before you really get the ground saturated, the lightning strikes could touch off more fires.
Yeah. So here's a wider look at the state. We'd have to zoom in a little bit farther to see those lightning strikes, but that is a wider look at all the storm activity in most portions of the state. So we'll be watching this for you. It is raining heavily here in downtown Phoenix. Be safe out there. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back with more monsoon coverage.
How to change our skincare routine in the summer, how to get more protection without layering on a bunch of products.
Yeah, so we're talking about Infant Swim Rescue. Take a look here. These are 8-month-old baby girls here.
I'm out here in Tempe at Hercutech. They created the Hercu Wall. We're going to give you a tour of the factory.
Macrame, we have handmade cards, handmade jewelry, all local.
Well, we've been listening in to the latest on the Senate floor there. This is a live look as we'll be keeping you updated on that vote that could be coming as soon as tonight, although it's really unsure at this time if it will, but there are all eyes on gun legislation as we move forward. We heard brief remarks from Senator Ted Cruz as he's been outspoken about amendments that he wants tacked on to this piece of legislation. That's as there's quite a bit going on in Uvalde, Texas right now. The Uvalde school police chief has been put on administrative leave. Pete Arredondo at the center of the investigation into the police response the moment that shots opened up inside of Robb Elementary School. We have the latest from Fox 7 in Austin on that.
The Uvalde CISD police chief no longer has his job, at least for now. The superintendent said yesterday that he didn't want to make this decision so quickly, but because there's new information coming in every day about what happened at Robb Elementary, and there's no deadline for the investigations to be over, that he'll be put on administrative leave until further notice. This all comes just a day after Texas Department of Public Safety Director Steve McCraw called the response to the shooting at Robb Elementary an abject failure. The school district says it will be continuing to seek, quote, qualified candidates to join the district's police department as they head into a new school year. The second part of yesterday's testimony covered two divisive topics, guns and mental health care. The Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium warned the need across the state is dire. While there is no indication the shooter was ever diagnosed with a mental illness or referred for mental health counseling, the problem has become increasingly visible. 1,600 or more residents have requested mental health services since the massacre in Uvalde. The school district is just 50% staffed in that area. Medical experts who testified Wednesday said expanding access to telehealth would help students connect with mental health counselors sooner.
You can give us a lot of money to expand these programs, but if we can't hire the people, the counselors, the medical social workers, the other individuals to run those programs, to prevent those consults, then we're not going to be able to use the dollars and provide the services that you expect for us.
The Texas Education Agency says it plans to check whether hundreds of thousands of school doors have properly working locks, all before the next school year begins. That's about 340,000 locks across the entire state. In addition, the Texas Education Agency will be going over each school's safety plan as well. Reporting at the Capitol, Kelly Saberi, Fox 7 Austin News.
Well, a lot of those lawmakers from the Capitol, Texas state lawmakers speaking out today. Democrats are asking for more emphasis on school safety here. We'll listen in briefly as we keep our eyes on this breaking news and weather coming out of Phoenix.
To pass common sense reforms. After the El Paso shooting in 2019, when I was sent here, the Texas House Democratic Caucus sent a letter to Governor Abbott asking him to call a special session to pass gun safety legislation to ensure a mass shooting event never befell on our state again. But here we are. And in 2019, he refused to call that special session. And today, nearly 1 month after another horrific mass shooting, and after taking the time to listen to our constituents who are also his constituents, we are asking him to do that again on their behalf. We are asking Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature to pass the following common sense reforms that have bipartisan support across this state. Number one, enacting extreme risk protective order laws and closing existing loopholes to current protective order laws. These laws would empower police and law enforcement personnel, family members, and doctors to intervene when someone poses a danger to themselves or to others. This is the red flag law that the federal gun safety deal is incentivizing by providing federal funding to states that implement these crisis intervention services. Governor Greg Abbott himself publicly supported red flag laws following the Santa Fe shooting. And in Florida, after the governor signed extreme risk protective orders into law following the Parkland shooting, law enforcement officers have acted 8,000 times to keep guns out of the hands of individuals that the courts deem to be a threat themselves, or to themselves or to others. Number 2, to close background check loopholes. This is also included in the federal gun safety package. Number 3, to require stolen guns be reported to law enforcement. Number 4, raising the purchasing age for assault weapons to 21. As Vice Chair of Homeland Security and Public Safety, it is our duty to make sure these issues are addressed. And I would now, it is an honor to pass the mic and the torch to my colleague, Representative and Chairman, my Chairman, Tracy King, that represents Uvalde.
Thank you, Retta. Thank you, Retta. Thank you so much. And thank all of you for being here today and for the great job you do making sure that the public in Texas keeps up with what's going on. Today, I want to thank everybody throughout the country that has sent me, all of my colleagues, members of the media, and other folks that have sent us, of course, thoughts and prayers to check on me, to see how we're doing there in Uvalde. Tremendous amount of money and other types of resources that come in for counseling services for the families, the victims, and anyone else that was directly affected or indirectly affected on this particular tragedy. I moved to Uvalde, Texas when I graduated from college at Texas A&M in 1983, and I moved to Uvalde on my 23rd birthday. I showed up there for my first job out of college, and I've been there pretty much full-time since then, and built a business in that community. It's a community of 16,000 people. Many of you have been through there, usually to go to Garner Park or Frio River or someplace like that. And it's also a community where every single person there for the rest of their life will be able to tell you exactly what they were doing at 11:30 in the morning on May 24th of 2022. I can tell you exactly where I was. I can tell you the first stories that I heard when they said there's a shooting, and then they said there might be some people shot, maybe a couple, and then the number just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time you were through at lunch or whatever at 1 o'clock, you knew you had a tragedy of epic proportions in a town where we thought it would never happen. Why would it? Every single child that goes to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade in Uvalde goes to Robb Elementary. That's the way that they operate it there. They don't have neighborhood schools because everybody wants to stay together and go all the way through. So we had our town, we covered up with media. All these folks, there must have been 1,000 of them, it seemed like, and law enforcement from all over the country, and the funerals. And we went to lots and lots of funerals, lots of them. I went to nearly every one of them. There was one in San Angelo that I couldn't go to, and there was one that I had a conflict. But I went to the funeral or the visitation. To the extent the families wanted to visit with me, we visited with them. And that's what we did. And I want to thank the House Democratic Caucus for honoring my request to not have this press conference the day after the shooting. I asked them to wait till we had all the funerals, to wait for the families to grieve a little bit, because in my opinion, it does no good to anyone for a politician to stand up there and have a press conference before they have all the facts in hand. And they make statements that then have to retract. And the people that are hurt the most by this are those poor grieving families that want answers. And that's what they desperately want, and that's what we desperately need to give them. But those answers need to be accurate answers. And so thank each and every one of you that honored my request to do this, and you had your town hall meetings, and you gathered information from around Texas. I think that it shows a deliberation that the House of Representatives here is known for throughout the state of Texas. I've had a lot of people ask me how they can continue to help. There's a number of wonderful funds that have been set up, but the biggest one probably is what they call the Robb School Memorial Fund. And if anybody wants to help and contribute, then you'll be able to get that link pretty easily. Every day, in every restaurant I go to, people come up to me on the street there in Uvalde, people that you would never dream would bring it up, and they've got an idea about gun laws, or how the laws should be changed so that we don't have these types of things happen anymore. But they are happening, and they're going to continue to happen if we don't make a change. Because as the old expression goes, you know, the only thing that's the definition of insanity is to continue doing what you've been doing and expecting a different result. It's just not going to happen. And we got time to talk about what those things need to be during this special session that we hope the governor calls. And we have time to talk about all of those types of things, but this is what we do know. And this is what the people of Uvalde and the people of Texas are demanding without a shadow of a doubt, is something needs to be done to honor the legacy and the memory of those children and those teachers that were killed in this tragedy, that were killed in El Paso, that were killed in Santa Fe, and were killed in each and every one of these shootings that we've had throughout the state of Texas. And I want to say this, that it is human nature to want to blame someone. And that's nothing new. That's been going on since mankind walked on the face of the earth the first time. Everybody wants to be able to lay the blame at something. They want an answer. But there's one person to blame in this crisis, and that's that degenerate that walked into that school and started shooting up people. And he's dead. And so we want to be careful that we don't set out to blame other people because he's not around to blame anymore. So I thank all of you for being here. I thank all of you for your support in Uvalde. God bless each and every one of you, and we look forward to working with you in a special session. Thank you.
Chairman King, thank you very much for being here today, for your powerful words, and for the incredible leadership you have shown and continue to show for your community and your district that has been so devastated this last month. They are very fortunate to have you as their representative. We will now try to field a few questions, if you have any.
Yes.
Sure.
A lot of these proposals have, you guys have floated similar or identical proposals in the past. But I guess I've also heard just kind of people are saying, things might be different this time. This one resonates a little bit differently. Is there any reason to believe, talk to your House colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or any reason to believe at all that these stand a better chance than after El Paso or any of the several recent shootings?
Sure. And if you don't, when you ask a question, if you don't mind just introducing yourself and who you're with.
Of course, sorry, Jasper Chair.
Of course, Jasper. Yes, good to see you. Thank you. So you're right in that these proposals we have put out today are very similar, if not in many cases identical, to things we have advocated for in the past. In 2019, after the El Paso mass murder at the Walmart, our caucus sent a letter to the governor and asked him to convene a special session. And we asked for several of these things that we again asked for today. Of course, the governor, in that instance, ignored our demand for immediate action. And instead, as we know, the legislature, when we convened in 2021, not only didn't address some of those proposals or any of those proposals, instead kind of went the other direction when it came to gun laws. What I think what I hope is different is that this event in Uvalde has so shaken Texas and this entire country, and really across the world, just shaken people so much that little kids could be murdered by an 18-year-old who was able to legally purchase an assault weapon. And I think you're seeing shifting attitudes. I think we've seen it in Washington, D.C., where our own senior senator, John Cornyn, who is as dyed-in-the-wool Republican as anybody, has helped lead a bipartisan coalition to advance some common sense gun safety legislation, including incentivizing and making it easier for states to enact extreme risk protective orders, which is one of the things we called for in 2019 and we are calling for again today. So if Senator Cornyn legislation, or the legislation he's been part of crafting, becomes law, and it looks like it has a good chance of doing so right now, then Texas will be in the position of saying, are we going to accept these federal funds, and are we going to design our own red flag laws, extreme risk protective orders, to protect Texas? I think we should. And I think, I hope that Senator Cornyn will use his influence, as he's been doing very well in D.C., here in Texas, and talk to Governor Abbott and talk to and Governor Patrick and other Republican leaders, and say, hey, this is how this would work, and this is why it will be good for Texas. So I think that there is the potential for some action here. Finally, let me just say that one of the reasons we wanted to do these town halls is because we wanted to hear from our constituents, but we wanted to be able to amplify their voices and make sure our Republican colleagues and our Republican leadership in the state also hears from them. And we see this borne out in public opinion polling. So there was last week, Quinnipiac released a new poll. It showed that 58% of Texans support stricter gun laws. When you get more specific, the numbers go way up. 93% support background checks for all gun buyers. Close every loophole. Background check on every gun purchase. 93% support. I've looked at a lot of polls over the years. Very rarely do you have 93% support anything. 73% support raising the minimum legal age to buy any weapon. We're tailoring our request simply to assault weapons. So we know through data, we know through anecdotal evidence, there is broad bipartisan support across Texas, and we hope that's what's different when the governor considers what he and only he has the power to do, which is to call a special session. Sure.
Gerald Harris, KHW11.
Yes, Joe.
But I guess the reality is it's an election year. You saw the response that Senator Cornyn got among his own fellow Republicans. What makes you actually think that the governor in an election year will call a special session on guns when his base wouldn't not likely go along with it?
Well, I think that this issue is bigger than politics, and I think any elected leader should look at it through that lens about doing what's right for the people of Texas, not what's right in a political context. But if people want to think about politics, the Republican primary is over. Governor Abbott won the primary. The Republican convention is over. He got through the convention. And so if you want to just think about the politics, I'll refer back to the poll numbers I just cited, where Texans on a bipartisan basis overwhelmingly support these proposals. And that's what I hope the governor will consider if he's going to look at it through that lens. I hope he'll look at it through the lens of how do we protect Texans, how do we keep people safe, how do we reduce the likelihood of more mass shootings, how do we reduce gun violence overall, whether it's a mass shooting or a shooting in which one person or two people are killed, which happens also way too often in our state every single day. Yes, sir.
Julie Carroll, KXN News.
Hi, Julie.
I was just curious, speaking to these constituents in these town halls, how are they expressing themselves? Are they in tears? Are they, how, can you tell me? I wasn't there. How are they taking this, and how are they expressing themselves to you guys?
It's a great question. I'll tell you the town hall I was part of in Tarrant County, where my colleagues Ramon Romero, Nicole Collier, and I hosted a town hall. It ran the gamut. We had people who were very angry, were very upset about what happened in Uvalde, upset about what happens, however, every day in our communities where people, young people in particular, acquire a weapon that they shouldn't have and use it in an act of violence. And it happens all too often in Arlington, in Fort Worth, in other communities across the state. And so much of the conversation that we had in Tarrant County was focused on how do we keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them, whether that's because they pose a risk to themselves or to others, or they're simply too young. Stolen guns came up a lot, frankly, and that's one of the things that we're advocating for here. Teens being able to steal weapons and then use them in a crime. And so it really ran the gamut. But does any other member have an anecdote from a town hall they want to share? There it is. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question. The town hall that I attended in Dallas, put on by our colleagues, Representative and Chairman Rafael Anchia and Jessica Gonzalez. Parents were coming to the mic to ask questions in tears, barely able to speak. One thing that stuck out for me were the parents that are kindergarten parents through this pandemic that mentioned that they didn't know the layout of the school, that they remember the first day of school letting their kids go at the door and walk around the corner hoping to see them at 2:30 or 3 o'clock. I can't imagine as a parent, thank God my kids are graduated from public schools. And I can't imagine not knowing what a cafeteria was. By God, I volunteered on PTA and subbed every day I could just to be there with my kids. People wondered with a college degree, why was I subbing in a school? But by God, I couldn't let my kids be there and not know. So that's how those parents are showing up. There was one lady, and I have to share this, Mr. Chairman, that came to the mic with her arms folded. But once she saw that we were listening, because you better know I had my iPhone out typing every note I could to bring back to the Capitol. Once she knew we were listening, she softened. So that's how they're showing up. It's either helpless, scared, they're standing strong, but then it's angry.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead. Representative Aaron Sweener.
We held a town hall in San Marcos, Texas, and so much of the sentiments echo what Representative Bowers was saying. But one thing that stood out for me, my district's relatively close to the Capitol, a lot of people who follow our day-to-day shenanigans up here. And what I heard from multiple folks was this question of, do we actually have a chance, and what is our opportunity to make change? Folks felt frustrated and desperate for us to take some meaningful action on gun violence, and we're looking for advice on what they should be fighting for and how they should be fighting for it. And I think that's a sentiment we all saw across Texas, is people who were activated by this issue, who already have been activated, who have watched the who have watched the lip service paid towards this issue after Santa Fe and after El Paso, and now are furious that we haven't taken action yet and are looking for a way to make that change on the ground. And again, that fury is driven by this really desperate fear for the safety of their children.
Thank you. All right, you do two more questions. We have members have to get two committee meetings at 10 o'clock. So, sir.
My name is Kyle Moss from KPPC Fox 7. Data suggests that there's a correlation between states with highest gun deaths and money contributed to politicians in that state. How do you feel about that, and what can be done about that?
Well, I haven't seen the data you're referring to, but I think that when you look at the data on gun violence and gun deaths, you just nationally, Texas has a higher per capita gun death rate than a lot of other large states, and clearly there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't think any of us are saying it's one particular reason or cause, but we clearly lax gun safety laws have something to do with that. One thing we haven't talked about today is safe storage of guns. That's something that Representative Donna Howard has led on for many years now. Just storing a gun safely can do so much to prevent the gun being used in the commission of a crime, but also preventing a child from accessing a gun and out of curiosity, picking it up and something tragic happening, which also happens way too often in our state. So I think there's a lot of different reasons, but I haven't seen that specific data. So, last question.
Hi, I'm Lynn with CBS Austin.
Hey.
The start of the school year starts about 2.5 months. You know, is there the priority urgency to get this all done before then, or are you willing to work into the school year, or what are your thoughts on that?
It's absolutely urgent that it be addressed now, and that this legislature take action before the new school year starts. That is what we have absolutely heard from parents and others all across the state of Texas. But we are prepared to work anytime, anywhere to address this issue. So we hope that the governor will listen to us, and more importantly, listen to our constituents, listen to everyday Texans, and call a special session so we can act this summer. We hope that's what happens. If he does not, you can rest assured that members of the House Democratic Caucus are going to be working all throughout the next session on these proposals and other measures to keep Texans safe. So, thank you all very much for coming today.
All right, Texas state Democrats speaking out after a couple of days full of hearings. 12-hour-long hearings talking about the Uvalde police response, gun legislation, school safety, mental health resources, and so much more. They're now calling on changes from Governor Greg Abbott directly from him, saying that he needs to take all of this into account and step away from what the past and history of gun legislation has been in the state of Texas and seek out options that are going to help out the schools specifically. That's all, as the investigation is still underway with the police chief of the school district, Pete Arredondo. He has since been put on administrative leave. There's been a lot of moving parts with the Uvalde City Council, and he is no longer going to be a part of it for now. We'll keep you updated on all of that here on Live Now from Fox. We'll also keep you updated here on the Senate floor as we have lawmakers that are debating this bipartisan gun legislation. Senator Ted Cruz asking for his amendments to be added to it. It's possible that it could pass tonight. But we're not sure exactly what the timeline is going to look like. It's still quite active there on the Senate floor as we're heading into the 5 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're also tracking monsoon season in Phoenix, Arizona. A driving shot through the streets as it is very cloudy, very gray, very eerie. There's also dust storm warnings. A lot of drivers being caught in this, having to pull over. So far, no damage quite yet, but our reporters out surveying the scene. We'll have more from Fox 10 in Phoenix within the hour as well. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to give you an idea of the temperatures that we are tracking across the country. We're seeing some monsoon weather out here in Phoenix, Arizona. We've hit triple digits, but we're cooling off because of this rainfall. It's a nice 99 out in Jacksonville, Florida. It's 72s in the 70s out in California. So looking good for everyone who's on the coast right now. But unfortunately, some flight cancellations and a lot of the airlines attributing it to flight shortages and pilot shortages, but they're mostly attributing it to weather issues, but some are saying that it's quite possibly pilot shortages. Fox's Joy Addison with how a lot of these new organizations are trying to raise up the next generation of pilots.
We canceled almost 4,000 flights, the aviation industry, last weekend.
The CEO of Mesa Airlines, Jonathan Orstein, says the current pilot shortage happened because many pilots retired during the pandemic and fewer new pilots have entered the workforce.
The cost of becoming a pilot has become so great because you need so many more hours. It's really limited the ability for anyone who is not a very wealthy person to become a pilot.
Raising Aviation High School in Addison, Texas could help with the shortage. All students graduate with flight hours and their sport, recreational, private, or drone pilot's license.
So students come, just like any high school, they show up at 9 a.m. and they're here for the day. But in addition, we have flight training built into the school day.
This school has just completed its first year and has more than tripled enrollment for the upcoming fall, thanks to summer camps like this one, where kids like Harrison Walsh get to test out their passion.
I want to be a commercial pilot. Last year on our first day, we had 2 students. It grew to about 8 total for the year. And now, though, we're looking at the moment, we're already looking at 25 to 30 students.
Timmy Aluko says the experience here has piqued his interest.
You're literally going to high school on an airport, like who wouldn't want to do that?
We think there's a huge benefit of being located on the airport. So students can accomplish their flight training, or they may go down the street across the other side of the airport, working on an internship at a maintenance facility, for example.
That was Fox's Joy Addison reporting from Dallas, Texas. Going into our next story, travelers hoping for a smooth journey facing a nightmare at airports. 35,000 flights have been canceled since last weekend, and the travel headaches keep coming in for those flying today. Fox's Austin Westfall joining us live now at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Austin, how many cancellations are we seeing right now?
So far today, Daytona, we've seen upwards of 800 flights being canceled around the country. Another 4,000 plus have been delayed. What's causing it, you might ask? You already alluded to most of them. Travel app Hopper says that it has to do with staffing challenges as well as rising fuel costs and unpredictable weather factors. Now, combine that with the fact that demand for travel is returning in a big way, and that's a recipe for trouble. Hopper has seen a significant increase in flight cancellations this month compared to May.
We see disruption from weather and from crowded airports every year, but this June we've seen a 63% increase in flight cancellations and a 22% increase in flights delayed. Those are thousands of flights being disrupted. This is not the norm.
Now, many airlines have canceled flights scheduled for this summer in an attempt to reduce overall disruptions. For example, starting in July, United Airlines is cutting 50 flights per day at Newark Airport. And between July 1st and August 7th, Delta Airlines is going to be cutting 100 flights daily, those primarily being in the U.S. and in Latin America. Now, the TSA says that this past Friday was the most people that they've seen go through TSA checkpoints at airports since the beginning of the year. No doubt that caused a lot of flight headaches, and Hopper says that more often than not, these kind of delays, they do happen during the summer, but not this early in the summer, Daytona.
What are the recommendations for travelers with so much uncertainty right now? Do they have any tips for someone who, you're showing up to the airport, you just don't even know if you're going to be able to get on your flight anymore?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing lately because it's hard to predict how staffing is going to be in a particular day, how the weather is going to be in a particular day. Some of the umbrella advice that they would give for people who are looking to travel right now is to book those flights early in the day. It tends to be that flight delays, cancellations, they pile up as the day progresses. So if you book that early flight in the morning, you have a better chance of missing some of this stuff. Another thing that they suggest if you're trying to save a buck is rather than traveling during peak summer times, some might consider this peak summer times, no doubt June, July also peak.
Right.
They suggest maybe push it back a little bit more to September. That way you still get some of that summer weather, but maybe you won't have as many flight delays.
Yeah, it's tough. You have to weigh out, do I want to pay for the gas prices and just drive there or try to gamble with flying there? You really are not looking out on either of those options these days. But it does seem like flights are getting off fine right behind you. We heard earlier in your shot. So it looks like planes are doing okay and the weather is fine.
Oh, the weather's great. There was a rainbow out here a second ago. I think it might have gone away, but we went inside the airport just moments ago, and there were a lot of flights that had the delayed option. Thankfully, there weren't a lot of cancellations here at CLT where I'm at, but there was a big line of planes behind me. I would assume some of those might have been some of the delayed flights. Right now, the line is pretty clear. The weather's nice, so hopefully there's no more big disruptions, at least here in the Charlotte area.
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall reporting live for us tonight. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Daytona.
And staying on some of this weather news, no rainbows out in Phoenix, Arizona. As you can see, our driving shot going through some monsoon and dust storms. That's as out in California, they're fighting wildfires. Take a look at this. An evacuation warning has been issued in Port Costa due to a multi-alarm fire that's burning close to homes. That's according to the authorities that are assessing it on the scene. Officials are urging residents to be prepared to evacuate, follow all orders of law enforcement. CAL FIRE aircrafts are on the scene. We can see in this shot right now, they're reporting erratic fire behavior. This blaze has burned 15 to 20 acres so far. They say as of right now, the town of Crockett has not been told to evacuate, but they are on standby. Likely some fire retardant drops that are going to be happening here. Again, this is in Port Costa. We're coming up on 5 o'clock there in California. We'll hopefully be getting more details from the CAL FIRE crews that are on the scene, probably both on the ground and in the air as well. We are also watching everything on the Senate floor here as we have Senator Ted Cruz, who is speaking out about gun legislation and amendments he wants to be added on to this bipartisan gun law. We'll have more on all of that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Top of mind is gun legislation as lawmakers are debating this right now. The passage of a bipartisan gun law could come as early as tonight, although it's really unsure at this time. Now we're focusing on New York as the Supreme Court has come down with a major ruling. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt with more.
We cannot allow New York to become the wild, wild west. That is unacceptable.
Mayor Adams calling the U.S. Supreme Court's decision appalling. The ruling will allow anyone who legally owns a handgun to carry it in public as long as it is concealed.
The concern about disputes elevating to gun violence. For a city like this, we're densely populated. This decision is just not rooted in reality. This decision has made every single one of us less safe from gun violence.
This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible.
Governor Hochul saying the ruling now makes it even more difficult for law enforcement.
We do not need people entering our subways, our restaurants, our movie theaters with concealed weapons. We don't need more guns on our streets.
The Supreme Court's ruling does give local and state governments the option to prohibit open carry in places that are considered sensitive, like subways, buses, schools, and stadiums. The governor is preparing to call the state legislature back into session to draw up new laws to protect those types of safe spaces. The city is doing the same.
We're still analyzing this bill to know specifically what restrictions we can put in place.
The Supreme Court's ruling allowing legal gun owners to carry their handguns will likely not take effect for a few months. So until then, NYPD Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell warning the public to follow New York's laws.
If you have a premise permit, it does not automatically convert to a carry permit. If you carry a gun illegally in New York City, you will be arrested. Nothing changes today.
That was Fox 5's Linda Schmidt. Meanwhile, out in Phoenix, Arizona, monsoon weather is the prime concern. Let's get the latest from Fox 10 in Phoenix.
South of the I-10, one of them off near that Loop 303 and I-10 interchange, and then another one right now over the Loop 202 South Mountain that is headed for the downtown Phoenix area. We also have lightning strikes and thunder that is accompanied here with this rain, with this monsoon storm that is moving through. Let me zoom out just a little bit more and give you an idea of where it's headed. Headed to the northeast, as you can see from our radar, and it brings with it these gusty winds. When I mentioned those microbursts that took place over in Johnson Ranch to the far southeast and then of course through Casa Grande, you would think that maybe the storm lost a little bit of power as it continued to the northeast. But for right now, it still looks like it carries some steam. Initially headed for Apache Junction, which you see right here. And don't worry, you folks in AJ, you're still getting rain, and maybe you got more than that as well. We'd love to hear from you. But the downtown Phoenix area, the metro Phoenix area, and then farther east of Apache Junction, let me show you north of Globe, some strong cells out there. They're receiving the brunt of this storm here in the afternoon hours. And so if you are new to the valley, to Arizona, this is very typical of monsoon. They can come in very fast, very quick in the afternoon hours, and they can bring a lot of very strong gusty winds, and they can be catastrophic to neighborhoods, sometimes knocking out power to some of these homes for many, many days. If you've been here a long time, you know that's true because you've probably experienced it. Here is a look at the Flagstaff area in the north part of the valley, and you can see all those storm cells that have moved through as well. We'll continue to track this storm, and John, I know that you're going to chat with Stephanie here coming up.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, heaviest rain right now in the valley, apparently along the 101 heading up to Scottsdale. They are getting heavy, heavy rain. Fox 10 Stephanie Bennett out in the elements today. Steph, good to see you. And I'm trying to remember, is this the first monsoon for you, or were you here last year?
Yeah, this is one of my many monsoons. I did cover the one, a few last year, some bad ones in those burn scars of the wildfires. But this one did come along quickly. We're right here off of the 51 and Camelback. We're just kind of on the edge as this storm's moving that way. Like Celeste said, we just got a downpour. But I did want to mention, this is the first time I've been able to pull out the rain boots. They've been in the back of my car for months. They're finally getting to come out. But take a look at the roads here right now. Driving this this way. We were on I-10, and we were also, like I said, on the 51. Puddles starting to accumulate along the lower lying areas, so take precaution on your drive home or wherever you're going this evening. Make sure you take those slower speeds as well to avoid hydroplaning. If you do hydroplane in some of those puddles, make sure you steer in the right direction, similar to when you're driving in the snow, of course. Now, the rain here in Phoenix, I want to say it started coming around 3:30, bringing a wind and rain. We've also seen quite a few lightning strikes out here and occasional thunder, of course. Monsoon season officially started last week around the 15th, and it's going to last until September, so it's always a good idea to keep your car stocked with food, water, and of course rain gear this time of year, just in case you get caught out, because these storms, they do come up very quickly and kind of unexpectedly at times. And as we know, they could bring rain, they could bring hail, they can bring flash flooding. So it's always a good idea to just wait it out if you can. Stay on higher ground to avoid some of those lower lying floods. But yeah, this is a good storm and it's still coming down. John?
Yeah, Steph, quickly look down. I was trying to, well, we're going to leave her. I wanted to see what the traffic looked like and whether people were pulling over where she is. We'll take you out to Sky Harbor.
Let's point over this way. This is the 51.
Go.
I don't know if you can see through the fence here. The northbound lanes are slow going. The southbound lanes kind of heading out of this storm are now starting to pick up speed a little bit. But yeah, the northbound ones are still slowing. There's kind of tail lights on the other side. We won't swap over there because you can't really see it. But yeah, traffic is going to start to back up just because people are going slower in the rain and taking precautions.
Yeah, but at least it doesn't look like you've got a lot of visibility problems out there. It's not as if the dust is right on the deck.
Yeah, not right here. Visibility is good right here where we are. We're kind of on the other side. I don't know if Alfredo here can pan over towards the mountain. The visibility looking north is, you can't really see it there. Yeah. So it's kind of covered with the clouds and the rain clouds especially. But we're, like I said, we're just on the edge. It's starting to move more north right now. So we're going to keep heading into the worst of it and let you know.
Oh yeah, traffic's crawling. Look at that. All right, thank you, Steph. We'll be back to you in a minute, and let's take a look at Sky Harbor in the meantime, where there was a ground stoppage, and you could see why. It was really socked in a while ago. This is a great improvement over where we were. They had a ground stop, 21 flights currently holding on the ground, and they are diverting traffic coming in, or at least were about 20 minutes ago, holding people who were flying out of cities around the Southwest from coming into Arizona, into Phoenix, because of this really poor visibility and high winds out there. I think we were at 37 miles an hour at Sky Harbor.
Yeah,
Celeste?
we were. Yeah, very gusty winds out through Sky Harbor Airport. So you can see off into the distance that the storm has moved north of the mountains there, and it's heading off to the northeast is where we're seeing some of the stronger cells. And yeah, so fortunately this has now moved on from Sky Harbor. There were also some incoming flights that were on hold, but you know, we're kind of keeping in touch with Sky Harbor. We'll check back with them and make sure everything is a go now. But very windy out there, and a lot going on here across the valley.
Yeah, look how quiet it is. I mean, you're not seeing any planes moving, so they definitely shut it down for a little while, at least a ground stoppage, because you don't see anything taking off. I don't see anything taxiing. They're holding, it looks like right now. All right, the rain, a welcome sight south of the valley. Thanks to Tom Scott sharing this rain video with us as a monsoon moved through Casa Grande. And Celeste was saying Casa Grande got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, we live in a new build area, so there's a lot of
Well, there's going to be a lot of this. Sedona, northern Arizona, getting up towards northern Arizona. This is from the back porch of Joan Neri's house in Sedona. National Weather Service issued a special weather advisory for that area, encouraging people to seek shelter in a sturdy structure. That's good advice.
Look at that hail. Wow, come down there in Sedona. And some welcome rain up north, rain falling in the pines. This is an amazing smell, too. This is south of Flagstaff in Munns Park. And a big thank you to Robert for sharing this video with us. But you can see as he zooms on in to that fifth wheel and some of the cabins in and around his neighborhood, he's thinking, wow, it is about time, because the monsoon has definitely made itself known here this season.
That's great news for the fire danger, too. If you get the rain, when you get the lightning without the rain, that's the problem. You get some rain, it really, really helps. Let's give you a live look. ADOT 101 in Scottsdale. We mentioned This was an area that was getting some of the heaviest, strongest wind and rain along the 101 through Scottsdale and also down toward Tempe on the 101. Right now looks pretty good. It's cloudy out there. There's rain. The roads are wet, but traffic's moving okay, and so far so good.
So we do have, I just want to take a quick moment, John, to mention this. Speaking of our road conditions, on the Loop 101 near McDonald and Chaparral out, we're talking the eastern portion of the Loop 101. That is where we have a very strong storm cell over right now, and some lightning strikes as well. So if you're heading out there to the eastern portion of that Loop 101 in East Scottsdale, just be careful as you're heading out on the roads. Be sure to stay on top of the storms as well this monsoon season. You can download the Fox 10 weather app for free. We have a link at fox10phoenix.com. You can also check the App Store and share your videos and pictures with us right there on the app.
All right, before.
So as they move away from coverage there of the monsoons, here's another live look of our Fox 10 teams that are out on the ground, driving around. We've seen already some lightning strikes off in the distance. There's clouds, very, very overcast. So we'll be keeping our eyes on this weather. We're also keeping our eyes on the weather coming up after the break. We'll be speaking with Fox 10's Brian Webb as he's going to give us the latest on a hiker rescue. A group of women rescued from Camelback Mountain earlier today, reportedly with no water, which is not a good idea considering we're in triple-digit temperatures, especially during the peak of the day around 1 p.m. We're also tracking some wildfires in Northern California. Firefighters racing to several different wildfires that broke out around the Bay Area this afternoon, threatening homes and in some cases forcing evacuations. This first fire, dubbed the Canyon Fire in Alameda County, broke out on Pleasanton Ridge. If you're familiar with the area, they've already been doing retardant drops, I think some water drops as well. So definitely this is an air fight at this point in time. This is, again, in Northern California. So we'll keep our eyes on this. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are tracking a number of stories right now, most of them actually weather related at this point in time. We're located in Phoenix, Arizona. We're coming up on 5:15 as our crews are out and about assessing monsoon and dust storms. This is very unique to the Phoenix area as we are in triple-digit heat as of today, and now hopefully we'll be able to cool off a little bit because of these monsoons and rainfall coming down. So far, no reports of damage or injuries at this time. We'll keep you updated if we hear anything about that. Up in Northern California, though, a different story as they are tackling wildfires. Firefighters racing to several wildfires that broke out around the Bay Area this afternoon, threatening homes and in some cases forcing evacuations. The first fire has been dubbed the Canyon Fire in Alameda County. It broke out around 2:17, so about 3 hours ago now. This is in Pleasanton Ridge, if you're familiar with the area. The fire prompted mandatory evacuations for residents living in the area of Golden Eagle. A designated shelter has been set up for evacuees at the library, the local library. Fire officials say that going forward with their progress on Canyon Fire, the progress has been stopped at this time. The fire is holding at 65 acres. So 65 acres is what we have. Unfortunately, our shot kind of going in and out here, but this is really, really fantastic footage of those firefighters doing groundwork for this blaze right now. Another blaze also erupted further north in Vacaville. According to CAL FIRE LNU, the progress of that fire was about 39 acres, and it has since been stopped. The fire is in the area of Buena Vista Lane in Solano County. Then over in Contra Costa County, flames erupted in the town of Port Costa and threatened homes as well. That 50-acre fire, now known as the Scenic Fire, ignited just east of Crockett. The county's alert system notified residents in the area of Scenic Drive and Port Costa Reservoir to prepare to evacuate. So lots of evacuations are underway across California. CAL FIRE saying that their warning was upgraded to a mandatory evacuation for certain vicinities here. There's so far no containment of that latest fire. Just before 4 o'clock, though, the local fire department said that it sent firefighters to a second alarm grass fire. There's no evacuations in that one at this time. I know that's a lot to grasp, but really what you need to know is just lots of wildfires breaking out across Northern California as we speak right now. We'll hopefully be getting more details about the acreage of those, the containment of those, and so much more. Back out now to the latest that we have on the ground in Phoenix, Arizona, as monsoon weather is the major focus. We'll be keeping our eyes on any updates on the roads as conditions are kind of clearing up a little bit here. It was raining before, but not raining so much anymore. This is a live look of temperatures across the country as they're kind of phasing in and out of the 80s and 90s across the Southwest here. They're trying to keep up as it goes in and out. We're heading into the later evening hours where luckily it seems like we will be cooling off. So that is across the board. We're also learning more details about an evacuation on Camelback Mountain of a group, a women's church group that was rescued there. Definitely unprepared for what they were getting themselves into. This is the chopper that was able to rescue these 8 women. We'll hopefully be hearing from our reporters more about that later into the evening here on Live Now from Fox. For now, though, we're going to go back out to the latest when it comes to gun legislation as the Senate floor. Senators are going to be speaking about this bipartisan gun legislation that's been proposed, possibly a passage of that. Let's listen into some of these senators as they are not all in favor of it.
Crime using a constitutional standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. As Philip Mullivore writes at PJ Media, Because reasonable doubt has been long established as the standard of proof for criminal cases, it must naturally apply to judicial proceedings in which an individual who has not even been charged with a crime can be stripped of a constitutional right. Nevertheless, red flag laws often rely on a preponderance of evidence, a radically diminished standard of proof. This, above all other injuries, according to Philip Mullivar, is due process. It offends our system of liberty and a fair trial. Colorado's red flag law, as well as many other states, confiscates guns using a less than constitutional standard. Using a preponderance of evidence standard, which is a standard lower than the Constitution uses for criminal cases, it allows a gun confiscation order when a judge decides that it's a better than 50-50 chance of a person being a significant risk. Think about that. It's a little better than 50-50 that the person who's come before me, whom I've heard evidence only from the person who doesn't like that person, it's 50-50, maybe it's 51-49, but I'm going to take away a constitutional right. Whereas in a court proceeding, where you're convicted of a crime, where you lose your gun rights because of a felony, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. In practice, the other problem with the red flag laws is that judges will be inclined to err on the side of caution. When the only evidence comes from someone who believes the respondent poses a threat, judges will rarely, if ever, decline to issue a temporary gun confiscation order. One might ask if our laws should allow the abridgment of a constitutional right when only one side of the evidence is presented. Imagine if the proceeding is a complaint filed by an unhappy spouse in the midst of a divorce. Most cases of divorce involve one side cheating, or at least one side lying. It's exceedingly difficult to ascertain the truth in a divorce proceeding, even when both sides are heard. One can just imagine what mischief might occur if divorce proceedings only allowed testimony from one side. If you think red flag laws will be easy to adjudicate, just imagine a case involving Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. As Sullum points out, there is, from the judge's point of view, the possible downside of rejecting a petition, a serious downside. The death of a respondent or someone else will weigh heavily on the judge's mind, while the temporary deprivation of a subject's constitutional rights will seem trivial by comparison. The presumption will be, if the temporary order, where you only heard evidence when one side was granted, that the judge is taking a real risk by overturning or not granting the permanent order when evidence is actually heard on both sides. So you begin with the temporary order. It's ex parte. You don't have legal counsel. Only evidence is heard from one side. But then you get to the next stage and you say, well, the person gets justice later. They're going to get a lawyer. There will be a proceeding. There'll be due process at a later date. And yet the cards are stacked. Because think of the perspective of the judge. Think of the predicament of the judge. He now has before him an emergency order that says this person is a dangerous person. For him or her to rule otherwise, they're taking a big risk. Because the first judge or the first ruling said this person is dangerous. Now the judge has to say and has to somehow attest and prove and live with themselves that he's now attesting this person is not a danger. But the first hearing was only one side of the evidence. The first hearing may have been an aggrieved party in a divorce. It may have been an unhappy person who doesn't like you at work. It may have been someone who doesn't like your political views and is reading online and says that so-and-so had a picture of a gun, or that so-and-so made some sort of violent innuendo. Read Twitter and find out how much of that's going on. There is a danger to this. It's not that anyone is downplaying the sad, awful nature of these massacres and that we don't want to stop them, but we should do it in a fashion consistent with the Constitution. With a red flag law, the initial hearing has evidence only from those who accuse you of something. That cannot be justice. The bedrock aspect of justice in our country is you get legal counsel, that there's a debate back and forth. Go to family court. And you think some of this won't originate from family court? You think there's not going to be an angry spouse who says, my husband cheated on me. My husband's a hunter. I'm going to accuse him of something so I can get his guns taken away from him. You have to hear both sides. How could you only hear from the angry spouse? In divorce, we don't hear from one side. How could we have a hearing where you take away an amendment or take away a constitutional right from the Bill of Rights without hearing evidence on both sides? And you say, well, we'll hear it at the second hearing, 14 days later. The problem with the second hearing is you now have a judge who feels the incumbent pressure of not changing an initial ruling, of feeling, well, we've already decided this person's a threat, and now I have to take the responsibility of guaranteeing they're not a threat. See, if you had the jurisprudence, if you had the due process in the first hearing, then you wouldn't have to worry so much about it being fair in the second hearing. If you have time to go before a judge, I see no reason why you don't have time to have your attorney present. They have time enough to have a hearing. They have time enough to hear the person accusing you. Shouldn't they have time enough to have someone defending you? In Colorado, a temporary gun confiscation order lasts for about 14 days, at which point the judge has to schedule a hearing where the accused finally has a chance to challenge the claims. At this second proceeding, the legal standard is a little greater, at least in Colorado. It goes from preponderance, or 50-50, slightly better than 50-50. It goes from a standard of that to a standard that is clear and convincing evidence. Under Colorado's red flag law, though, the first gun confiscation order needs to show imminent risk. But when you get to the second order, interestingly, the order that's going to last a year, you don't have to prove that the person is an imminent risk. All you have to say is that they might be a risk at some point in time. So we've lost sort of the imminence to it. In 14 days, the imminence is gone, and now we have a proceeding where we're going to hear evidence on both sides, and you can have counsel. Not always guaranteed counsel, but you at least can have a lawyer present. In order to remove a gun confiscation order, though, and recover one's Second Amendment rights, the burden, though, is now placed on the accused. So there's something that's very, very common. It's throughout all of our jurisprudence that you're innocent until proven guilty. The burden is on the government. But now once you've gone through one of these gun restraining orders, in order to get your rights back, you have to prove that you're not a risk. The burden is now on the accused to prove that either you're sane or that you are not a risk. It's proving a negative. If you never were a risk, how do you prove that you're no longer a risk? How do you prove you're the negative of something? How do you prove that you're not a risk? This turns typical jurisprudence on its head. Instead of innocent until proven guilty, the burden is for the accused to prove his or her innocence.
Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, this was from earlier today, talking about the gun legislation that is going, we are told, to be up possibly for a full vote in the Senate tonight. Many Republican senators voicing their opposition to it, voicing their concern. Rand Paul there going after some of these tenets in the piece of legislative text known as red flag laws, known as the boyfriend loophole. And this is a live look on the Senate floor. We're going to be in the next couple of minutes here talking with one of our reporters and gun experts about both the Supreme Court ruling today in the New York case and, of course, this piece of legislation, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. But remember, we have been kind of previewing a story out of Phoenix, Arizona today. It was very, very hot. And then, of course, the monsoons came in, but a group of women were stranded on Camelback Mountain. You can see here from some of the rescue and the chopper there. Well, we're going to get a report on the status of the condition of some of these women who were stranded and why they were there in the first place. Fox 10 reporter Brian Webb joining me now from Phoenix. Brian, good to see you. Why were these women hiking in the first place in such hot weather?
Well, they're all from out of town, came here for a religious retreat, set out about 7 a.m., excuse me, when it wasn't quite so hot. Each one brought a bottle of water and then excuse me, a little dust in the air. But by noon, when the temperature reached over 105, they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. And by the end of this thing, it turned out to be one of the biggest rescue operations ever on Camelback Mountain.
The
rescues came one after another by chopper and on stretcher. 8 women stranded along the Echo Canyon Trail in the middle of the day in the blazing Arizona heat.
I started getting like really dizzy, and then after that it was like, no, we can't do this. When I tell you I barely made it down, I had an episode in the car, like almost passed out. It was a lot.
A group of 15 women set off on the hike, all from out of town, places like Alabama, Tennessee, and California, and here to film a documentary called Bad Girls Gone God, where they test their physical and spiritual limits.
But I ask you right now in the name of Jesus.
We praise, we worship, we do different activities that are not only test our physical, but they test our spiritual as well.
And they were tested today. More than half started having heat-related issues, dizziness, weakness, and exhaustion. Other hikers helped out with water and calls to 911, and then the fire crews came to the rescue. 100 men and women in all, along with the department's brand new drone.
Our drone was able to get in there pretty quickly, locate different groups who were separated, let us know if they were stable, and at least get a visual evaluation.
And everybody is doing just fine. We're conditioned for it. This is what we chose to do, so we're happy to do it.
The women were all checked out at the bottom of the trail. 3 went to the hospital, but all made it down alive. And they insist God and Arizona were on their side.
God was definitely with us. We said that too. We're up there on the side of the road and we're thinking, if they didn't call, I don't know what would happen. We was not gonna make it.
The ages of the women who went to the hospital today, 24, 42, and 50, they are all expected to be okay. And no firefighters were injured during the rescue today, but plenty were clearly exhausted. Andrew?
Brian, this turned out to be a pretty good story. They are all safe, thankfully, but just kind of caution to those visiting. You can't really hike without water at that time of day in June.
Good point. When they started, it wasn't quite as hot, but by noon it was at least 105, if not higher. And the city, the firefighters want to point out to people who come here to hike, there are websites on the city's webpage to check out how strenuous these hikes are. They say the Camelback is one of the toughest ones in town, kind of like a double diamond for skiing. So be sure you want to check that out before you get out here.
Definitely. I've done it myself. It's very, very difficult. Also, during the summer months, authorities close some of these hikes, some of these trails during the summer months because it reaches a certain temperature threshold. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Fox 10's Brian Webb, thanks so much. Okay, we are going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be diving a little bit deeper into the Supreme Court ruling today having to do with that New York gun law, the law invalidated by a 6-3 majority there on the Supreme Court. We'll also be talking about what's happening on the Senate floor at the moment. We could be getting a full Senate vote on the floor there on the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's reached several votes already. It has passed those procedural thresholds. Now debate still underway. We've been showing you remarks from certain senators, Senator Cruz, Senator Paul, Senator Lee. They opposed to this, but it should have enough Republican support to cross that 60-vote threshold. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. It's about a little after 5:30 here on the West Coast, a little bit after 8:30 there on the Senate floor in the nation's capital. Senators debating what's now called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We'll see if there is a full vote on the Senate floor. Earlier today, it crossed lots of procedural hurdles. Senator Blumenthal cast the 60th vote needed to advance the bill toward final passage. And so we will be monitoring this vote if it does take place tonight. In the meantime, though, let's get a report from Fox 5 in New York. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt talking about how New York officials are responding to the Supreme Court's ruling today with that New York concealed carry case.
We cannot allow New York to become the wild, wild west. That is unacceptable.
Mayor Adams calling the U.S. Supreme Court's decision appalling. The ruling will allow anyone who legally owns a handgun to carry it in public as long as it is concealed.
The concern about disputes elevating to gun violence. For a city like this, we're densely populated. This decision is just not rooted in reality. This decision has made every single one of us less safe from gun violence.
This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible.
Governor Hochul saying the ruling now makes it even more difficult for law enforcement.
We do not need people entering our subways, our restaurants, our movie theaters with concealed weapons. We don't need more guns on our streets.
The Supreme Court's ruling does give local and state governments the option to prohibit open carry in places that are considered sensitive, like subways, buses, schools, and stadiums. The governor is preparing to call the state legislature back into session to draw up new laws to protect those types of safe spaces. The city is doing the same.
We're still analyzing this bill to know specifically what restrictions we can put in place.
The Supreme Court's ruling allowing legal gun owners to carry their handguns will likely not take effect for a few months. So until then, NYPD Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell warning the public to follow New York's laws.
If you have a premise permit, it does not automatically convert to a carry permit. If you carry a gun illegally in New York City, you will be arrested. Nothing changes today.
Okay, we're going to dive a little deeper into this ruling, also into what senators are discussing right now on the Senate floor as well. Joining me now, a friend of the program, The Reload's Stephen Gutowski. Stephen, good to see you. I know you've probably had quite a busy day. Let's talk about the ruling itself. We know that it came down 6-3. Let's go over the nuts and bolts. What exactly was this law, and why is it now invalidated?
Yeah, so this was a case over New York's restrictive gun carry law that instituted a system commonly called May issue, which effectively what it meant was that even if an applicant passes the background check that's required or takes the required training, they could still be denied a concealed carry permit in New York by the official who issues the permits there, which are usually county judges. If the official determines that they didn't have a good reason to carry a firearm, which that's what distinguishes it from other sorts of gun carry regulations like shall issue, for instance, where as long as the applicant passes the background check and does the training, the government has to give them a permit. And that's effectively what the court has said is now essentially the bare minimum in gun carry regulation. There is, of course, also permitless carry or what activists call constitutional carry, where no permit is required so long as you legally own a handgun. You can legally carry it on you if you're 21 years or older in most states that have that policy. But yeah, essentially this strikes down New York's gun carry regulation, and now they'll have to pass a new one that meets the bare minimum standard laid out by the court.
Stephen, there's been a lot of reaction to this today, and I would kind of characterize from the Democratic side of the aisle as apoplectic. I want to read to you Senator Chris Coons's response today. He said essentially that the constitutional right to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than the other Bill of Rights guarantees. Excuse me, that was Thomas in the ruling there. I'm reading my notes incorrectly. Chris Coons saying today's court is led by conservative judicial activists who twist constitutional analysis to substitute their own policy preferences for laws passed by Congress or the states. What do you make of some of the Democratic criticism to this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the Democrats are very upset by this ruling, especially, I think, because it implicates more than just gun carry legislation or gun carry laws throughout the country. I mean, the New York's law, that style of regulation, there's only, the court identified only 6 states that have that currently. Now, they are large states like California, Maryland, Massachusetts, so they cover a significant amount of the American population, maybe upwards of 25%, but you know, it's certainly not a very popular form of regulating gun carry in the United States. But this ruling also establishes, or I guess you could say clarifies or reiterates, how the Supreme Court wants lower courts to deal with gun cases moving forward. And what it does is make it more difficult to uphold some of these other gun regulations that Democrats favor as well. Things like, you know, bans on AR-15s or magazine limits, or, you know, handgun rosters are probably all going to be coming under new scrutiny after this.
Also, you know, Stephen, you've been, you know, following this from the very beginning. We spoke when it was about to make its way to the Supreme Court, the law that is. Let's go through some of, I guess, the constitutional rationale for why the justices, and I know we're not constitutional law experts, but I want to read in part from Thomas's statement after he said the constitutional right to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right subject to an entirely different body of rules than the other Bill of Rights guarantees. Is this more significant? Is this bigger than Heller?
You know, it's not bigger than Heller in the sense that, you know, Heller really was the first major case that dealt with the Second Amendment. There was Miller, you know, back in the early 20th century that was sort of ancillary, you know, case that touched on the Second Amendment but didn't really give much case law to work with. And then Heller really established that or recognized that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to keep and bear arms. Now, it was specifically dealing with handguns because DC had banned all ownership of handguns for everyone in the city, and that's what was struck down in Heller. This will probably have a broader effect on the direct law involved because there weren't a lot of handgun bans at the time of Heller, but whereas there are 6 or so may issue laws that are going to get struck down. But it's sort of it's really important because it had been, I mean, Heller was 2008. McDonald, which extended Heller to the states, it was 2010. So it's been 12 years since the court has done anything on Second Amendment case law. And so now that it's gone back to it, it's kind of built upon the foundation of Heller to make it more formidable when you know, a state is considering passing a law that implicates the Second Amendment. It's going to be much more difficult to defend that law in court now.
Yeah, and of course, I want to get your kind of opinion as well. Shannon Bream with Fox News, she covers all things Supreme Court as well. She said she was fielding a lot of questions today on Twitter, and she was clarifying, and maybe you can offer more of this clarity. She says the opinion does not mean people can simply start carrying guns wherever, whenever they want. They still states can still require licenses and permits, but that criteria that you have been speaking about for getting them must be objective. And that was the law, that was what was in question, that New York authorities said you need to demonstrate kind of proper cause or proper need to have this. And so that's what was at issue, that's what was at question here, the criteria or why a gun owner in New York or a would-be gun owner would want to carry.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, that quote that you shared from Justice Thomas, that's what he was talking about when he's saying that the Second Amendment has been treated like a second-class right because it's subject to the subjective judgment of government officials in this circumstance, where it's really kind of up to the official whether or not they feel like you have a good reason to carry a gun in public. And generally speaking, in states like New York, just a general desire for self-defense doesn't meet that standard. And that's why New York had issued something like 40,000 concealed carry permits, while a state like Florida, similar size, had issued in the millions, beyond more than 1 million. So, it gives you an idea. Obviously, that this law resulted in a lot of people who are otherwise qualified, they passed the background check or did the training, being denied a permit and being denied the ability to legally carry a firearm in public. And so that sort of gets down to the base level of what this ruling is establishing. Heller was about inside your home, whether you could own a handgun. Bruin is about outside the home, whether you can carry that handgun to protect yourself.
And I think just last point on this ruling, and I think you would agree with this, but you probably were not surprised by how this came down today. We were kind of speculating, forecasting what it would be, and it turned out to be that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think this is what most people expected. It's not eliminating the permitting process altogether.
Okay.
It doesn't take the country to permitless carry as the base level. It still allows for permitting. It allows for certain restrictions. It allows for requiring a background check or requiring certain amounts of training, making certain areas off limits to carrying guns. All of those things remain constitutional under this ruling, but it does eliminate this subjective process that was, in practice, often used just to deny otherwise qualified people the right to carry a gun in public.
All right, Stephen, just want to get your opinions as well as we still monitor the Senate floor here. Senators possibly will be voting on this piece of gun legislation, the first really in a generation that's come to the floor for a full vote. It's made past its way past procedural hurdles. Senators have been debating. Let's talk about what's in it. You've been quite outspoken, Stephen, about what you think about what's in it. Do you think it will have much of an impact? You and I have spoken before about some of the key tenets that were being talked about, that many states have these laws on the books already.
Yeah, some of these reforms are frankly redundant. If that's what you're getting at there. I mean, there's a reform about making straw purchasing or gun trafficking illegal, which are both things that are not only already illegal under federal law, but are actively being prosecuted by the Department of Justice right now. There was a recent case where they announced a big prosecution that they're undertaking against some of their accused of running a gun trafficking ring. So in some ways there's certainly some redundancies in there, and in other ways, there are some significant expansions of who will be restricted from having a gun sold to them. For instance, the addition of juvenile records to the background check system will likely disqualify quite a lot of people, probably. It's hard to know for sure. We don't know, obviously, how many Americans have disqualifying juvenile records, because those tend to be sealed once you become an adult. But I would imagine it's more than a few. And so those people will go from being legally able to buy guns to, not being able to do that. And the bill also has, some new restrictions related to domestic violence. It seeks to restrict people who have committed domestic violence misdemeanors against dating partners. This is commonly called the boyfriend loophole.
Right.
But it doesn't, there's problems with that section as well. It doesn't really give a specific definition for what a dating partner is. It gives some sort of basic guidelines that go off of the length of the relationship or the nature of the relationship. It doesn't specifically say how long or what the nature was. And then also it sunsets those records after 5 years, which is a unique feature in federal gun law. So if you, for instance, beat your girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to add into here. But if you're somebody who's done that and you're convicted of it on a misdemeanor level, your record will actually be expunged after 5 years as long as you don't recommit, another crime, which is very unique. That doesn't happen for any other kind of prohibition. It doesn't happen even for the juvenile records that they're trying to add. And it's also not retroactive. So it only applies after the bill becomes, the effective date of the bill. So that also doesn't apply to, juvenile records or any other sort of prohibition. So there's some very unique stuff that went into this bill. Some compromises obviously were made in that dating partners area,
right.
But it will be certainly the most significant new federal gun restrictions in decades.
Yeah, and we've seen some Republican senators try to add amendments kind of late there. Are you surprised by the amount of Republican support for this? Upwards of 10 to 15 Republican senators, possibly?
Once it was announced that they had 10 out of the gate with the framework, I'm not surprised that they got to 15 in the end, because, McConnell wasn't on the list of 10 initially, but said he was supportive. And then you got a couple more people that you might expect, like, Murkowski in Alaska. So obviously you still have 35 opposed. So it's interesting to see the members of Republican leadership, like, John Cornyn and Mitch McConnell, getting this through without a majority of their caucus supporting it. Obviously, it's not the first time they've done something like that, but it's an interesting political play that, it would probably be hard to tell how well it works, frankly, one way or the other, because a lot of these Republicans aren't up for re-election anytime soon. There's two, Murkowski and Young in Indiana, who are, but Murkowski, Young has already won his primary, so he doesn't really have to worry about any backlash over that. And Murkowski's running in Alaska, where they have the ranked voting that makes their elections a little different. So she might benefit from more moderate support or even Democratic support for voting for this bill. So the rest of them, it's hard to tell. Cornyn's not up for re-election for a while. This probably will have, you probably see more of the effects in the leadership race, because there's John Cornyn wants to replace Mitch McConnell eventually whenever he retires, because McConnell's getting up there in age. But you have John Barrasso and John Thune, who also want to replace McConnell, and neither of them are supporting this. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Was it also interesting to you how quickly, post Uvalde, post Buffalo, they got this done? I mean, I'm shocked by that.
I think that's the only way it was going to happen. I think they all knew that. That's why you're seeing them vote like the day after the text comes out to try and get to final passage, because they're all aware of how these debates have gone in the past, how these negotiations have unfolded, and the longer you wait on when it comes to gun control initiatives at the federal level, the less support there's going to be for them traditionally. You'll see the polling support will go up in the immediate aftermath of shootings, generally speaking, for gun control, and then it'll go back down as you get further away from that, those events. And Uvalde was particularly horrific shooting, obviously, and so it created a lot of pressure to do something. As John Cornyn said on the floor, they wanted to do something, and that seems like that's what they've done. They've tried to find something that they could all come together and agree on. It's certainly not, to be fair to these Republicans, it's certainly not what the president wants, or what not the top priorities, at least, of the Democratic Party on guns. These are restrictions, and there really there isn't a single pro-gun sort of concession or provision in this bill. But at the same time, as Cornyn has pointed out a number of times, it doesn't have an assault weapons ban or universal background checks or some of these other big ticket things that Democrats have long wanted. So I guess that's meant to be the consolation, is that it's just not as bad as it could be if you're a gun rights supporter.
Yes, so the common refrain of do something, it is something. Stephen Gutowski, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We know you had a busy day, so we'll talk to you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, we just heard from Senator Chuck Schumer there on the floor as these amendments have been put forth and voted on. We don't really have an idea yet of timing about when a full vote for the bill will be taking place. So we'll be monitoring that. But like Stephen was saying, this is significant, kind of interesting what's happening in the country. Today, you have this Supreme Court ruling invalidating a New York law dealing with guns, while at the same time, the Senate is trying to pass the first major gun control, gun restriction legislation in 25 years. Let's listen to Senator John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas.
Dropout with a history of violence and mental health struggles purchased 2 AR-15s within days of turning 18. And he passed a background check. He then shot his own grandmother because she wanted him to go back into the classroom rather than drop out of school, and then went to the Robb Elementary School through an unlocked door. He then opened fire on 2 fourth-grade classrooms, killing 19 students and 2 teachers. The American people were shocked, outraged, and devastated by this attack, and collectively asked, how can we prevent this from happening again? Well, the discussion surrounding this topic causes emotions to run high, and I understand why. For too long, some politicians have tried to pit the right to live in a safe community against the constitutional right to keep and bear arms. They make it seem like our country can only have one or the other, either the Second Amendment or safe schools and churches and grocery stores. And of course, this is a false choice. Law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. Men and women who buy guns to protect themselves and their family, to hunt or engage in sports, they're not a public safety problem. Following the shooting, I promised to do everything in my power to try to answer that call to do something. I don't believe in doing nothing in the face of what we saw in Uvalde and we've seen in far too many communities. Doing nothing is an abdication of our responsibility as representatives of the American people here in the United States Senate. At the same time, I reiterated my bottom line, which is I would not support any provisions that infringed on the rights of law-abiding gun owners. Again, they're not the problem. But I knew that this effort was about the art of the possible, looking at areas where we could agree and setting aside those areas where we could not. I was fortunate to find partners who were thoughtful and realistic about how we could pass this bill. I want to thank Senators Murphy, Senator Sinema, Senator Tillis, as well as a larger group of senators without whom this legislation would not be on the cusp of passage. Thank you. Thank you for not listening to the naysayers and the critics and those who would spew disinformation and outright lies about what we are doing here, but stood up to the responsibility that we all have as United States senators to do our very best to make progress, to try to answer the call in the face of these tragedies and try, in the end, to save lives, which is what this is all about. Now, less than 1 month after the shooting in Uvalde, the Senate will vote soon on the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This legislation will protect our schools, protect our communities, and safeguard the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. I've said it before and I'll say it again. No parent should ever fear for the safety of their child at school. And no child should be afraid to go to school in fear of their safety. And this legislation responds to that in a positive and affirmative way. This bill includes targeted common sense measures to prevent violence and to save lives while respecting our Constitution. Madam President, the dirty little secret is America is experiencing a mental health crisis. Our mental health delivery system is a scandal. Too many people are not getting the sort of attention and care they need in order to manage their mental health challenges. And many of them can be saved from the fate of Salvador Ramos or Adam Lanza if they can get access to timely care and the medication that will help them manage their mental illness. So this bill will represent the single largest investment in community-based mental health care in American history. That's huge. That's enormously important. And to me, it may be the most important aspect of what we do here. So police officers answering a 911 call from somebody in a mental health crisis, they don't have to take that person to jail where they won't get help. They can take them to a community-based mental health delivery system, to a clinic. And a person experiencing a mental health crisis, they don't have to go to the emergency room. They can go to a clinic and get the sort of care and help they need in order to manage their condition, whatever it may be. This bill will also provide supportive services for our schools. Our schools should be a sanctuary for our children, not a place where they plan on what will happen during the next shooting and how they can hide under their desks or try to make their escape. Schools should be a sanctuary, and this bill will provide the kind of services that will help identify students in crisis and help intervene to provide them the assistance they need. This bill also provides major investments in school safety and security. It includes physical safety measures. We probably can't eliminate human error like we saw in Uvalde, Texas, but we can promulgate the best practices, which we have done in this bill, from the best minds based on evidence that what works and what does not, to make sure we keep unauthorized visitors out of the hallways and the classrooms, as well as evaluate current protocols and, like I said, develop best practices. Again, those who say we need to infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens under the Constitution in order to make good policy are offering a false choice. Passing good public policy and supporting the Constitution are not mutually exclusive. One of the ways we are providing assistance to the states is through crisis intervention grants, which will provide the states with funding to implement programs to help those in crisis and prevent them from committing self-harm or harm to others. We have rejected the idea of a national red flag law, even though 19 states and the District of Columbia have chosen to do that themselves. And one of the ways we can help is to make sure that these funds assist state officials in training them how to make sure that the due process rights of an individual are protected as they should be. This legislation also closes a gaping hole in the background check system, which is the lack of juvenile records. This is a real challenge because most juvenile records are sealed or expunged. But we know that Salvador Ramos, who went in at 18 years old and passed a background check, he was a ticking time bomb. Everybody knew he was struggling with his mental health challenges, and he was slowly circling the drain because he didn't get the help that might have prevented his self-harm not to mention the harm to others. But if a person's record includes a criminal conviction or mental health adjudication that prohibits them from purchasing a firearm as an adult, it shouldn't matter whether they were 17 or 18 at the time. That information should be available on the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, and that's what this bill will encourage. Our bill incentivizes the states to upload this information to ensure that disqualifying criminal convictions or mental health adjudications are available. Unless a person is convicted of a crime or adjudicated as mentally ill, their Second Amendment rights will not be impacted by this legislation, period. Let me close by saying I'm grateful to Senator Murphy, who's been a good faith partner. He'd like to do a lot of things in addition to what we've done here, but he was pragmatic and realistic enough to know that if we were actually going to be successful, we weren't going to be able to do everything that he wanted. Conversely, there were things that we did on our side that were outside of our comfort zone that frankly we're having to explain to people, but that's what a good faith negotiation looks like. And again, I think on balance, the good we are doing here and the potential we have to save lives is worth any sort of concession we might have had to make during the negotiation. Let me also express my gratitude to Senator Sinema, the senator from Arizona, who's been a key partner in the negotiation, as well as Senator Tillis, a senator from North Carolina. But the truth is, a lot of people were involved in this. And I want to thank all of our colleagues who helped us round out this legislation and make sure it delivers the benefits that we sought. We also worked with a variety of stakeholders, from education and mental health groups to law enforcement, as well as gun rights groups. And I appreciate everybody who's helped us make this product better. And obviously, we don't agree on a lot of things, but I'm encouraged about how much common ground we were able to find. Our bill has earned the endorsement of more than 100 mental health and education groups, including the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the National Association of School Psychologists.
Senator John Cornyn, Republican from Texas, who's one of the co-sponsors on the bill, thanking his fellow bipartisan senators for their support, talking about some of the concessions that were made. He says not many, and it was worth it to save lives. Of course, we're coming up on the 1-month anniversary tomorrow of the Uvalde mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. In the next hour, we'll be speaking to one of our reporters in Houston about that. We also have a live now look at the White House. Let's go back, though, talking about the New York gun law that was invalidated today by the Supreme Court. Many prominent Democrats, the president included, taking to Twitter to voice their displeasure. Have a look at what President Biden tweeted. He says, "I'm deeply disappointed by the Supreme Court's ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin. This ruling contradicts common sense and the Constitution and should deeply trouble us all. I remain committed to doing everything in my power to reduce gun violence." Vice President Kamala Harris taking to Twitter today to say today's Supreme Court ruling on guns is deeply troubling as it defies common sense and the Constitution. Lives are at stake. Congress should pass the bipartisan gun safety proposal immediately and continue to do more to protect our communities. Also, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, she says it is outrageous that at a moment of national reckoning on gun violence, the Supreme Court has recklessly struck down a New York law that limits those who can carry concealed weapons. Lastly, from Governor Hochul as well, in response to this ruling, she says we are closely reviewing our options, including calling a special session of the legislature. She says, just as we swiftly passed nation-leading gun reform legislation, I will continue to do everything in my power to keep New Yorkers safe from gun violence. And then in the meantime, from Governor Gavin Newsom out of California, he called it a dark day in America and said it was shameful. We're going to hear reaction from New York State officials, including Governor Hochul, including New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and the NYPD Commissioner Sewell. Here's Governor Hochul from earlier.
Only if a firearm regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition may a court conclude that the individual's conduct falls outside the Second Amendment's unqualified command. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. That they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. This is New York. We don't back down. We fight back. And we'll be alerting the public, the media, in the very short term, exactly what our language that we've been analyzing, we have language we'd like to now enact into law. We'll be sharing that with the leaders. And I'm sorry this dark day has come. That we're supposed to go back to what was in place since 1788 when the Constitution of the United States of America was ratified. And I would like to point out to the Supreme Court justices that the only weapons at the time were muskets. I'm prepared to go back to muskets. I don't think they envision the high-capacity assault weapon magazines intended for battlefields as being covered for this, but I guess we're just going to have to disagree. So I'll return to our purpose of being here and let people know that our new laws are going to be looking at restrictions on sensitive locations, changing the permitting process, creating a threshold for those. We're going to have training requirements. We're going to make sure that people have concealed weapons as specified training. We have a whole lot of ideas. And also look at a system where businesses and private property owners would have the right to protect themselves. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. We're just getting started here. And today, we are here to talk about another step that we think is so important to protect the lives of our children in a school setting. We lost children and teacher, local teacher, Scott Beagle. His parents are here. We lost people in Uvalde, lost children, teachers. Today we're taking our rage and turning it into action. Earlier this month, I signed a nation-leading comprehensive law to strengthen our gun legislation, close loopholes, raise the age to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21, and I call on Congress to do the same, as well as investing over $250 million into gun violence prevention programs. I also recently signed into law legislation to strengthen our red flag law, which expanded the list of people who can file an extreme risk order of protection. But ahead of those new laws going into effect next month, I want you to know our administration is being aggressive, working on a robust, comprehensive public awareness campaign to educate key groups, particularly those in schools, that there is a now overhauled red flag law. We're partnering with in-person training, virtual trainings this summer with school board members, school attorneys, superintendents, teachers, principals, parents, as well as educating over 660,000 educators. We think this is so important. People need to know what this means, what rights are behind it, as well as making sure that we're having roundtables with local law enforcement, county law enforcement, all led by our state police, and additional training for our state police as well. So we're creating a comprehensive package of digital and physical education materials that will be released in the next couple of weeks. So I wanted to address that as well. But we're not stopping there either. We're not stopping. We now have the strongest gun safety laws in America, but as I continue to say, there is more work to be done. And ultimately, I believe that we'll be judged by history and how we respond to this crisis. Do we stand up with courage? Do we make the right decisions? Do we put the lives of others first? the right of a child to stay alive in school versus the right of someone to carry a gun. I know where I come down on that equation. And we'll be judged if we did everything we could. Today we're taking a further step. I'm proud to sign Alyssa's law to protect the children who sit in the classroom so innocent, just trying to get an education, just trying to listen, try to make friends. And I want to thank our sponsors for their vision. Senator Elijah Mecklen-Relnick, I want to thank him for being a tremendous leader in our legislature, and Assembly Member Kenneth Zabrowski. The two of you stood up. You stood up when we needed leadership, and I thank you for that. This legislation will require school districts to evaluate and consider the installation of silent panic alarms in school buildings that alert law enforcement directly in the case of an active shooter. Now, why is that so important? This goes beyond the traditional panic alarm systems, a panic button at a desk. You can do that, but there's new technology. There's wireless panic buttons, computer and cell phone apps. Suffolk districts and school districts in Suffolk County already using a cell phone app, which actually bypasses 911. Why do you want to do that? Because as we saw with the shooting in Buffalo, sometimes the response is not what you need in terms of the dispatch. And we saw in Uvalde, too much time was lost, way too much time was lost. So you bypass 911, you go right to law enforcement. An app can show that there is an active shooter in a school to draw the attention that second, so no time is lost. Because we saw in Uvalde and Parkland, police response time is imperative to saving lives.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul there excoriating the Supreme Court for how they ruled in this New York concealed carry case, invalidating the law there. We just talked to Stephen Gutowski about that. I hope you caught that conversation, talking about this, talking about what's happening on the Senate floor at the moment. Senator Richard Blumenthal, the Democrat from Connecticut, on the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that could be headed for a final vote in the Senate tonight. Now, if it makes its way through the Senate, it has to go over to the House. Speaker Pelosi says she wants to bring it up for a vote as quickly as possible, although we have to track if there will be any changes to the House version and how that will sync up with the Senate version before it possibly goes to President Biden's desk for his signature. More, though, on the Supreme Court ruling there, 6-3 from the justices, the conservative justices in the majority, ruling on this New York law having to do with concealed carry with handguns. New York City mayor and the NYPD commissioner reacting today as well.
I have said and stated for some time now that the Supreme Court decision was keeping me up at night. It's clearly reached a point where we won't have any sleep. This decision is so impactful. When I spoke with my chief counsel, based on his preliminary analysis, I said, give it to me on a scale of 1 to 10. It's very close to a 10 of a major concern that we have. While we're still analyzing the decision, we can say with certainty, this decision has made every single one of us less safe from gun violence. The decision ignores the shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country. The opinion claims to be based on nation's historical past, but does not account for the reality of today. It ignores the present, and it endangers our future. While nothing changes today, and we want to be clear on that, nothing changes today. We have been preparing for this decision and will continue to do everything possible to work with our federal, state, and local partners to protect our city. We will collaborate with other mayors, municipality leaders, and governors, and will leave no unturned stone. as we seek to undo and mitigate the damage that we are witnessing today. Those efforts would include a comprehensive review with the Corporation Counsel, our Chief Counsel, and other legal experts to assist us in this matter. As we start to define sensitive locations when carrying a gun is banned, and reviewing our application process to ensure that only those who are fully qualified can obtain a carry license. This is something that the police commissioner who's joining me today will ensure that our licensing division is aware of. We will work together to limit the risk this decision will create once it is implemented, and we cannot allow New York to become the wild, wild west. That is unacceptable. This decision is created. We will not allow our city to live in fear that everyone around us is armed and that any altercation could evolve into a shootout. We will not allow the men and women of the police department to be subjected to further danger, making their already difficult jobs even more harrowing. And let me say this again. We will do everything in our power, using every legal resource available to ensure the gains we've seen during this administration are not undone, and that New Yorkers are not put in greater danger of gun violence. There is no place in the nation that this decision affects as much as New York City. There is no place in the nation that is going to be impacted based on this decision more than New York City. There's no place in the nation that the decision affects as much as New Yorkers. And we are prepared to set an example that will lead the country of how do we fight back on this decision. Today's Supreme Court decision may have opened an additional river that is going to feed the sea of gun violence in our city and in our nation. Now is the time for every elected official who cares about the safety of all Americans to come together and respond thoroughly and comprehensively to this appalling decision. Our work begins now to start saving New Yorkers and Americans. Please, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor said, this case has been remanded back to the lower court. So the important thing to know today is that nothing changes. If you have a premise permit, it does not automatically convert to a carry permit. If you carry a gun illegally in New York City, you will be arrested. Nothing changes today, and that's important for everyone to be aware of. When we open the universe of carry permits, it potentially brings more guns to the city of New York and to the streets of New York City, and that should concern us all. Mr. Mayor?
Mayor, can you specify, you've spoken about the idea of sensitive areas before. Is there a possibility to, based on population or anything like that, determine the whole city is a sensitive area? Can you talk to us a little bit about what the process is like and give us any idea of what those risks could potentially be?
We're still very much in the process of reviewing the opinion, and we obviously will, any measures that we take will be consistent with the opinion, but we are going to consider, as the mayor said, every option available, and that includes when we examine sensitive locations and figuring out how can we, in a way that will most protect New York residents of New York City to the utmost extent, how can we do so in a way that is consistent with the law and in a way that is reasoned and thoughtful in terms of the way in which we can protect those here in the city.
How can we expect policing to change once this ruling takes effect?
Well, I think the police commissioner made it clear, and this is so important because we saw this during the marijuana, legalization of marijuana in the state. People automatically, they only read the headlines. They thought they can go out and just sell marijuana, whatever they want. And the police commissioner's comment that nothing has changed. If you have a target permit, that is not a carry permit. And the thought that people may hear this ruling and believe they can openly carry, those who are legally allowed to have a permit of some sort. So we're going to send a very clear message. Number one, nothing has changed. But number two, we're going to continue our pursuit as we have removed over 3,000 illegal guns off our streets. We're going to continue to pursue that. This complicates matters. And if it's implemented, and there's still levels to it, as it was mentioned, but we are going to continue to pursue those who are carrying illegal firearms.
How do you expect the permitting process will change, and do you envision a permitting process, because of this decision, will now take longer and be more deliberate?
So we're evaluating our permitting process, but obviously, as the mayor stated, we'll wait and see what happens when the lower court renders a decision. But we're taking a look at our policies, our procedures, and our licensing scheme as it stands now.
Mr. Mayor, the governor floated the idea of creating a restricted but shall permit regulatory scheme. Are there restrictions, requirements you'd like to see mandated that people have to meet in order to qualify for a handgun license if the city's permitting process is indeed kibosh?
Number one, we are hoping that the governor immediately calls lawmakers back to Albany. We have to look at this, and we can't wait. Lawmakers need to get back in pursuit of how we're going to analyze this decision. And right now, the Corporation Council and our Chief Counsel is going to look at what restrictions, if any, we can put in place in a permanent process, and we're going to partner with the commissioner and her team to do so. We're still analyzing this bill to know specifically what restrictions we can put in place.
Liz's question. Does this decision mean more stop and frisk? Does it mean more bag checks? Does it mean more like direct measures in terms of how protests are policed on the street this summer? You talked about the specific measures.
So nothing has changed as it stands now. Obviously, we would look at the way we do civilian encounters when people are allowed to carry, if that came to pass. But at this time, nothing has changed, and I want to make that clear.
So many of the guns that are recovered now weren't obtained legally in the first place. How do you anticipate this decision will impact the flow of guns into New York, because there aren't a whole lot of legal guns here to begin with?
No, it's a concern, and it's alarming. We are going from the people proving they need to carry a gun to they shall be allowed to carry a gun. We just have to really think what that means in New York City. It's a real concern. It's a real concern. And the added burden on police officers now to be able to distinguish between the two. And, the concern about disputes elevating to gun violence. For a city like this, with densely populated, this decision is just not rooted in reality. And, this is not a decision based on people who had one shot at a time. This is a city and a country where people have AK-47s, assault rifles, multiple shots. I don't know what the Supreme Court was thinking about when they made this decision.
Yeah, if you could just elaborate on that a bit, Mayor. You said at a press conference a week or two ago that this is what keeps you up at night. You said imagine people getting on the 4 train and everybody's carrying. Can you elaborate a little more on what makes this so dangerous for people here in the city?
Right now, if you want a carry permit or a target permit, there are criteria you look for. And the standard is you have to justify you need that gun and through the licensing division. Based on this ruling, if it plays out, you no longer need that justification. The mere fact you want a gun, and if there are not some serious issues that we're going to identify and analyze, you have the opportunity to get that gun. That can increase the number of firearms in our city at a level that has not been witnessed since the Wild Wild West.
Eric, you've spoken a lot about improving collaboration with the Port Authority and other agencies that control transit hubs coming into New York. Can you talk about that? Have you spoken to them today? Do you plan to? And what what sort of measures could we expect if this ruling does eventually take effect? Like, what could we expect to see at different transit hubs that are by state or tri-state?
That is a great question. This is going to cause the police commissioner and her team to do just an unbelievable shift from our thoughts of using technology, our thoughts of collaboration with the Port Authority. If we're now saying the mere fact you want to carry a gun, you can carry a gun, a lot of our planning is we're going to have to shift into a totally different mindset and thinking about how do we go about and attack this problem. We will adjust. You know, I want to be clear on that. Our primary role is to keep New Yorkers safe, but this is going to have a major impact in some of the strategies that we are rolling out that the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety.
Okay, we've been listening into New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the NYPD Commissioner as they have been responding to the ruling by the Supreme Court today having to do with that New York gun law invalidated by the conservative majority 6-3 on the court, having to do with concealed carry permitting for guns in the state of New York, and that law will be invalidated. So we've been getting reaction from so many people. We just heard from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. We're going to step away from a lot of these kind of gun reform, gun policy, gun law related stories we were showing you as well on the Senate floor at the moment. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana, talking about the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that could be up for a vote on the floor tonight. We're monitoring that as well. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft here. It's the bottom of the 6 o'clock hour on this Thursday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, Live Now look there out of Seattle, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX. It's been 50 years since President Nixon signed into law the comprehensive protections prohibiting sex discrimination in educational institutions that receive federal funding, most notably having to do with women's sports all around. We'll be getting an update from Seattle in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. Well, we have been showing events throughout the day, both from Democrats and Republicans, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the signing of Title IX by President Nixon back in 1972. We now head out to Seattle, Washington. Of course, this changed the landscape of women's sports. Joining me now is Fox 13's Alyssa Charleston with a pretty cool story today. They're talking to WNBA players about what Title IX meant to them. What did you learn, Alyssa?
Well, Andrew, first of all, thank you so much for having me. We learned a lot. We have an entire hour-long special where we're really highlighting the trailblazers in the state of Washington and Seattle in particular. We have Sue Bird out here at 41 years old, getting into her 21st WNBA season, and she's really spoken a lot about how we still have a long ways to go. Obviously, we know Title IX was enacted in 1972, but really most of the change happened in the 20 to 25, 30 years after it. A lot of women had to sue their own universities. Universities they loved, the universities that were giving them opportunities. We also talked to Storm co-owner Ginny Gilder, who was part of that Yale rowing team, who protested, walked into their athletic director's office and wore Title IX on their bodies to protest inequalities. The men had better locker rooms, they had showers, while the women had to wait for showers after rowing in cold water, and it actually developed into some pneumonia. So we've learned a lot about their stories and really how Title IX has a long way to go. It's become such a success that a lot of women, even women in the WNBA, don't even think about it anymore.
It's not something that we're directly affected by, but it's important because we actually can play. You know what I mean? So I think that's why I was more interested in it, is because people have had times where they couldn't play a sport or it wasn't available to them, and you just kind of want to almost look back and see who paved the way and what was in place so that we would be able to have these ample opportunities to join many sports.
What I would love for the next 50 years, or if we sat down in 50 years to have this conversation, is that we don't even really have to talk about it.
Right.
People are held accountable and or don't even need to be held accountable because they're just doing what they're meant to be doing, which is obviously kind of under that umbrella of equality.
And we have the special rerunning tonight on Fox 13 News here in Seattle, and I'm at the Storm game where they're about to take on the Washington Mystics. Sue Bird is really progressive in her thinking, wanting to make the next generation better. And I'm a former athlete myself. I played in college, I played overseas, and there's a sense of we just belong in those roles now, Andrew, and I think that's where Title IX is becoming more and more successful, is belonging in those roles and just pushing for more equality when you see inequalities right in front of you.
That's such a great story. Alyssa Charleston, thanks so much there with Fox 13 in Seattle, and we will talk to you again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me.
All right, and even today, President Biden, and we'll throw up a live look at the White House, trying to expand some of these Title IX protections for his Department of Education, who said today, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona, that the department plans to reinstate Title IX regulations tossed out by the previous administration, the Trump administration. Those proposed changes would combat sexual discrimination in schools by boosting victim protections and modifying language to include sexual orientation and gender identity for LGBT students. So we're going to be playing some of these events from lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. We also heard from Republicans, some Republican senators who think women's sports are under attack due to the increasing culture war battles having to do with trans women playing in women's sports. Have a listen to some of these Republican senators.
Good signs up here anyway. Huh? All right, good morning. What a great day this is. We're glad you're here, and what a great celebration we should be having. You know, today we're celebrating 50 years. That's a half century for some of you in here that didn't finish high school. Title IX success for women has been amazing. You know, I started my career as a high school basketball coach along with football. And the basketball was women's basketball. And it started right after Title IX was enacted. So I've seen firsthand the success of what's happened to Title IX. Maybe one of the best kept secrets up here that's happened in this building. And again, it happened 50 years ago. And so today we're celebrating that huge success. Why? Because it made a level playing field for men and women in sports. Back during my early years of coaching, there might have been 3 to 5% of women that played high school sports. And after the enactment of Title IX, you could see it go straight up. What did it do? It allowed financial success and balance in men and women's sports, facilities, balance in men and women's sports. And I think one of the big things, it started and allowed women to participate in different sports. Used to, you had women's basketball, maybe a little bit of track, but after Title IX, you saw men and women's track, you saw men and women's volleyball, you saw men and women's soccer. And the one thing that's really exploded over the last dozen or so years is men play baseball, women play softball. And it is one of the fastest growing sports in our country, all because of Title IX. What did Title IX do? It made, if you were getting federal money, it made everybody make it equal and a level playing field for women in sports, the same as men. Since 1972, female participation in sports, in college, and scholarships has risen 600%. Now that's an amazing stat. 50 years ago, there were very few scholarships for women in college and sports. Since then, 600%. Young girls were given the opportunity to earn scholarships through hard work and dedication. And that's what you learn, especially at a younger age. You learn time, you learn work ethic, you learn dedication, how to work with your teammates, how to follow the rules, how to handle winning, and how to handle losing. A lot of people don't understand that. Sports can transform lives. I've seen it many, many times. I've seen people change their lives because of sports. Title IX has benefited our female athletes because they can compete not only on a local stage, but now they can compete on a national level. And if you look all over the world, because of the World Games and the Olympics, we have some of the best athletes in women's sports all over the world stage because of Title IX. So today, the 50th anniversary of Title IX, we reflect on its impact of all the generations. But as we learned just this morning, the Biden administration is threatening to undo Title IX's progress in women's sports. That happened just this morning. What a day to celebrate, and what a day to get hit upside the head with this new legislation. Their proposed rule would expand Title IX's definition of sex, not male and female, but it would include gender identity, to where you can identify whoever you want to be identified as. Democrats basically are forcing politics onto the playing field. Allowing athletes to self-identify into a gender category erodes the gains that women have made over the past 50 years, and it ignores the biological differences between male and female athletes. That's because biological males who have gone through puberty are stronger, bigger, and faster. It's a known fact. In the last 4 years, biological males in women's sports have won 22 championships in women's sports. Think about that. Men playing in women's sports, I guess they're proud of it, have won 22 times just in the last few years. Basically, that means this rule and some in the past, women are playing for second, third, and fourth. How can you give a post-game locker room speech or a halftime speech to a young lady knowing that she's not competing to win, she's competing for second? This is about fairness. Title IX sent the message to female athletes everywhere: you can compete and you can win. It's up to us to preserve this fairness. So in the light of what the Biden administration just announced, in a few minutes, I'll be calling up the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act on the floor in the live UC. We will see if Democrats will stand with me to protect women's rights. So now I've got a few other senators that want to make a few comments, and I'd like to introduce Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville, and thank you for the opportunity to bring this to light. There is nothing more exciting than families following a sporting team, especially when it's your children. My mom was a basketball player. I was one of those basketball players. When I played, we had 6 men on the team or 6 ladies on the team. Then we called 2 of them rovers that could cross half court. I was a rover. My daughter played basketball. And there was nothing more exciting from junior high to high school of following the team and the closeness of the family and the friends that you make along the way. This is incredibly important for young women, and it's my job to stand here and defend these young women. That's the reason we had Title IX to start with and continue today to have to defend that. It's almost unbelievable to me. You know, it was meant to ensure equity between men and women in athletic and education, and the Biden administration is carelessly threatening that equity. It just angers me. The Biden administration is working to redefine sex to include gender identity in the name of anti-discrimination. But this is discrimination against women, plain and simple. The Title IX has transformed women's sports, expanding opportunity to women's and girls through scholarships, through career opportunities. The price of ignoring the biological differences between men and women will be paid by young women and girls. They will pay when they're denied educational and athletic scholarships and career opportunities, and eventually they will have to wonder, why am I bothering to compete at all? Pretending biological females and transgender women are the same for all purposes will move girls and women backward rather than forward. This is a no-brainer. A 9th grader can figure this out. Simply put, the Biden administration is willing to compromise the prosperity of women just to further its own woke agenda, an agenda that will do lasting damage to progress to Title IX has given us for half a century. And we will continue to stand here not only to defend Title IX, but to defend all female athletes throughout this country so they can have their fair opportunity.
Oh, okay. If you were in Tennessee today, in any of our 95 counties, and you were driving along the highway or a country road, you probably would see some young girls out playing basketball. Their dream would be to be a part of the Lady Vols, to go to UT. They've watched this team. They've probably been to a game or two. They've gotten to know a little bit about the players. They've heard how these gals compete and get scholarships. And they're watching what these women achieve. And they're dreaming that one day they just might be a part of that team. And whether it is young girls who are on the tennis court, or maybe they're out playing golf, or they're running splits, getting ready to compete in a fall cross-country season because they want to compete on a college team. Now, Title IX for 50 years has said it's a level playing field, that you've got women's sports and you've got men's sports. And the Biden administration has decided they're going to erase women's sports. Indeed, they want to erase the word woman. And if they get their way in changing Title IX, you're going to end up with a team of men and a team of former men. That's what you're going to have. And it is women that are going to be sidelined and left without the opportunity to learn how to compete, to learn how to win, to learn how to handle adversity,
and hardship. They're not going to have that opportunity to learn how to be coached. So this is why it is so important that we keep Title IX. I've been working on a resolution, indeed have a resolution to honor Title IX. Interestingly enough, the Democrats have decided they want to slow walk this. It is appropriate that we honor Title IX and the anniversary, the 50th anniversary, and that we honor the women who broke barriers that caused Title IX to come about, and the female champions that have benefited from Title IX and from all of those early trailblazers.
Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee, talking about Title IX, being joined by fellow Republican senators as well, going after trans women in women's sports. They say women's sports are under attack, and they wanted to hold this event on the anniversary of Title IX to underscore the importance of it. Meanwhile, President Biden had used the Education Department and the Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona, to expand Title IX protections that were done away with in the Trump administration, put them back in place for the 50th anniversary today. That's a Live Now look at the White House. We have a Live Now look at the Senate floor. Senators are now voting on the gun reform bill, known as the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And so we will be monitoring the vote totals. It needs a simple majority to pass. It'll be interesting to see how many Republicans vote for it. Remember, they being the Democrats, worked with about 10 of them to make that framework possible. And then we just saw the legislative text yesterday. This is at a rapid clip here. Legislation does not move this quickly through the Senate, especially on something as important as gun reform. Of course, lawmakers are getting out of town for the 4th of July recess tomorrow, so they want to get this done. So once we have vote totals, we'll bring that to you here. We also have a Live Now look at the Supreme Court. Major rulings today coming down from the justices having to do with guns, that New York case. Of course, we're still waiting for the highly anticipated ruling, the Mississippi abortion case, known as the Dobbs case, could be coming down tomorrow. There's about, I believe, 9 more cases the court has to rule on before the docket is over and the season is done. We'll be speaking with one of our reporters out in Seattle and Washington State about if that so happens, Washington State might become a safe haven, a harbor for women from around the country who live in states where it might be very, very hard to obtain an abortion. Washington State may be an outlet for them to go get one. When we come back, we'll be hearing more about Title IX from Democrats. Speaker Pelosi with prominent Democrats today in the Capitol, meeting with tennis legend Billie Jean King, talking about the importance of Title IX. We'll have that in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Good morning, everyone. As Speaker of the House, it is my honor to welcome all of you to celebrate Congresswoman Patsy Takemoto Mink, a trailblazing elected official, a legendary champion of equality, and our beloved colleague and friend. Some of us had the honor and privilege of serving with her. Indeed, the portrait we will unveil today is a beautiful tribute to an all-American hero, and let us thank the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own chorus, for the beautiful performance befitting the patriotism of Patsy Mink. Thank you, wherever they are. And thank you so much. It is thrilled that we are joined here today by Patsy's dear daughter, Dr. Wendy Mink. Let us welcome the iconic Billie Jean King back to the Capitol. We honored and celebrated her during this year's Women's History Month, and we're glad to do so again. And thank you to my colleagues here, KPAC, the Chair Judy Chu, Education and Labor Chair Bobby Scott, House Administration Chair Zoe Lofgren, and the delegation from Patsy's home state, Senator Mazie Hirono, our former colleague here in the House, Senator Brian Schatz, Congressman Ed Case, and Congressman Cal Cahelli. I invite them all to join us for the unveiling of the portrait. Shall we?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Judy Chu, Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus.
Good morning. As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or what we call KPAC, I'm so honored to participate in today's incredibly historic portrait unveiling ceremony honoring a pioneer and trailblazer, Congresswoman Patsy Takemoto Mink. I want to express my sincere thanks to House Fine Arts Board Chair.
Okay, prominent female leaders there on the Democratic side unveiling that portrait of one of their colleagues in Capitol Hill today. I want to take this full, though, the Senate floor before we go to break here, as the Senate is now voting on the gun bill, and it needs a simple majority for passage. Once we get a final vote tally, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, top of the hour, we'll have many headlines, including those of you who might be e-cigarette users, fans of Juul. More on that. Also, what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell's sentencing next week, and so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. U.S. health regulators today ordered Juul to pull its e-cigs from the market, the latest blow to the embattled company, widely blamed for sparking a national surge in teen vaping. The action is part of a sweeping effort by the FDA to bring scientific scrutiny to the multi-billion-dollar vaping industry after years of regulatory delays. The FDA said Juul must stop selling its vaping device and its tobacco and menthol-flavored cartridges, known as pods. Those already on the market must be removed. Consumers are not restricted from having or using Juul's products, the agency said. To stay on the market, companies must show that their e-cigs benefit public health. In practice, that means proving that adult smokers who use them are likely to quit or reduce their smoking, while teens are unlikely to get hooked on them. The FDA noted that some of the biggest sellers, like Juul, may have played a disproportionate role in the rise in teen vaping. Juul said it disagrees with the FDA's findings and will seek to put the ban on hold while the company considers its options, including a possible appeal and talking with regulators. So this is quite the development today, shocking many e-cig Juul users there. And so we'll stay on top of this story here. We also want to bring you some of these other headlines. Remember, next week we'll be following pretty closely the sentencing of Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. We have some video of her there. She will be sentenced next week. Well, the feds are suggesting to the judge she should spend at least 30 years in prison for her role in the sexual abuse of teenage girls over a 10-year period by her one-time boyfriend, financier Jeffrey Epstein. Prosecutors said that yesterday in written arguments. Prosecutors said she should serve between 30 and 55 years in prison, reflecting the federal sentencing guidelines. They made their recommendations to the judge, who will preside over a sentencing hearing next Tuesday in Manhattan Federal Court. The 60-year-old Maxwell was convicted, remember, back in December of sex trafficking and other crimes after a month-long trial that featured testimony from 4 women who said they were abused in their teens. We'll have special live coverage of that next week when the sentencing does take place. In the meantime, one more legal story that we have been following today as well, having to do, you just saw Speaker Pelosi at that event marking the 50th anniversary of Title IX. Well, her husband, Paul Pelosi here, charged in that DUI crash just weeks ago. He was charged today with DUI with injury by the Napa County DA's office after he was involved in that crash May the 28th. The press release from the district attorney's office says Paul Pelosi had a blood alcohol content level of 0.082 after the crash, and said the blood sample was taken at around 12:30 in the morning, which was 2 hours after the collision occurred at around 10:17 p.m. Those charges filed against Paul Pelosi are considered misdemeanor over felony charges. And the press release states that the decision for pressing misdemeanor charges were based, quote, upon the extent of the injuries suffered by the victim. And of course, the punishment for misdemeanor DUI includes up to 5 years probation, a minimum of 5 days in jail, fines and fees, and a completion of a court-ordered drinking driver class. He will appear for an arraignment in the Napa County Superior Court on August 3rd later this summer. So, a lot of stories on this Thursday night. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you the Senate floor. Hopefully the vote will be wrapped up by then. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act put to the test tonight as senators either vote yay or nay. How many Republicans will be in favor remains to be seen. We are still tracking the vote tally. We'll have it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. We are still tracking the vote tally here on the Senate floor of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the groundbreaking gun reform legislation, the first in its generation for gun reform to hit the Senate floor for a vote. It passed several procedural hurdles. Debate now closed on it. The senators now voting on it. So the roll call vote is still open, according to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram, but the Senate has enough votes currently to pass the piece of legislation. We're going to be moving on to some of these other stories. In the meantime, we want to preview some of the stories we'll be tracking tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow is the one-year anniversary of the Surfside condo collapse in Surfside, Florida, that killed almost 100 people, more than a month of search and recovery efforts, and their bodies rather, were accounted for, and the lawsuits were filed, and so much more. Fox 13 in Tampa has a look back. Here's Josh Cassio from earlier today.
Imagine this.
This is what we would do as one of our training scenarios.
Many times over. It's a glimpse at what rescue crews from Florida Task Force 3 were dealing with a year ago in Surfside. Josh Miller was there.
It was unreal. It was something that I never thought I would ever see in my entire lifetime.
12 stories had just collapsed in the middle of the night. The fire was still burning when Task Force 3 got there. The group is made up of highly trained personnel from Hillsborough, Tampa, and St. Pete Fire Rescues.
A very select few of us that are trained to do structural collapse here in the state of Florida, and then make sure I give everything that I could for those family members.
The huge pile of rubble made the job of finding victims like looking for needles in a haystack. That's where this specialized equipment comes in.
This is called our DELSAR system, and we would run our search dogs over the pile, and if they picked up on something, then we would set these pucks up.
What's fascinating, these pucks are so sensitive, something as light as a scratch like this can be heard by rescue teams.
They have a seismic and an acoustic sensor in them, so they can pick up vibration as well as sound.
Once they zero in on a location, extendable cameras like this one give crews a look inside the pile. In Surfside, cranes were needed to lift away huge pieces of concrete, some weighing thousands of pounds. The work is methodical, almost surgical, with little room for error.
If you can think of it as a giant Jenga pile. So if you pull the wrong block out, the whole thing comes collapsing down.
Think about that stress. Hours on end, day and night, odds always stacked against you. That was Surfside for Task Force 3.
I rest my hat on that, knowing I gave everything for them to give them a little bit of closure.
Just a great story there from Fox 13's Josh Cassio. Well, throughout the midterm primary election season, we'll be bringing on candidates from states across the country, interviewing them, talking about their stated goals, talking about why they want to run for office. Speaking of Florida, earlier today, I spoke with the Florida Department of Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried. She's running on the Democratic side for governor, trying to take on Republican Ron DeSantis. We talked about a number of things. Here's our conversation. And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Florida Department of Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried, who's running in the Democratic primary for governor in the state of Florida. The primary is a little bit later this summer in August. Commissioner Fried, thanks for being with us. Let's get into some of these top issues Floridians are facing. We're awaiting a major Supreme Court ruling tomorrow on abortion. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a couple of weeks ago, signed into law a 15-week abortion ban in the state of Florida. What is your message to Florida women who want to get an abortion, who might not be able to? Is your message for them to maybe go elsewhere now?
No, as of right this second, abortions are still legal in the state of Florida and across the country. The 15-week abortion ban has been challenged by at least two groups as being unconstitutional. The state of Florida does have a right to privacy in our Constitution, which is actually much more stringent than that of the U.S. Constitution. So the comments to women across the state of Florida, we need to make sure that we're mobilizing that the right to choose what is best for yourself or your family is a decision that should be left to yourself, with your doctor, and your family, and whoever you want to pray to. This should not be something that the government is involved in. So I'm telling women across our state, certainly if you need a safe abortion, it is still legal in our state. And those that are looking forward to making change, we have a November election coming up, and hope to count on the women of our state to show Governor DeSantis that his policies are intrusive, and it's definitely not the direction that our state wants.
I want to talk about COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. Florida Governor DeSantis has been adamant he will not be ordering any to give to state health departments. Publix in the state also said they will not be made available. What's your message to parents who want to vaccinate their child under the age of 5? Where can they get a COVID-19 vaccine in Florida?
This is the most egregious decision by this governor. It's one thing if he doesn't want to vaccinate his kids, he's all about parental choice and all about freedom and making the decisions for yourself. Then he needs to have brought down these vaccines to make sure that they are available to all communities of our state. And the fact of the matter is that he's provided no information. He's created chaos and confusion in our state. As of last week, I had parents calling me that have been waiting for 2.5 years to get their kids vaccinated and felt that they needed to go to the state of Georgia or elsewhere to have their kids vaccinated. So what we have done is we've done press conferences all over the state, making sure that the information is accessible and provided transparently to the parents across our state. And so on our own website, the Department of Agriculture, so that's fdacs.gov, has all of the locations that are accessible and that will have the vaccines. But unfortunately, this decision by the governor is going to put a lot of those marginalized communities, further behind when it comes to healthcare access. And now that Publix has declined to do it from 5 and under, I'm also hearing that there's other pharmacy chains that won't do it for 2 and under. But this is why we needed a state program to make sure that the state health departments and the local communities had access to these vaccines. And it's unfortunate that it's his way or the highway and not doing what's in the best interest for the families of our state.
And just to button this issue up here, there will still be vaccines for children available, maybe not as many because the orders have not been placed, correct?
That is correct. So basically what happens at this point, that any of the federal partners that's everything that was Publix and CVS and Walmart and Walgreens and Kroger and some of the other federal partners, they are going to have their allotment down. But unfortunately, Publix has decided to not do vaccinations for 5 and under. So it's really important to go on to our website or even the Department of Health's website to see those locations. And this is my biggest complaint about the governor. He came out and made this very broad statement that we're not going to do this, and put all of our parents in the state that wanted to vaccinate their kids in complete chaos. So the vaccines are going to be here. The problem is going to be that not all locations are now doing them. Like I said, Publix or some other access points like county departments of health will not have them because there will not be a state-run department, but there will be vaccines here in the state of Florida for families. Certainly also talk to, if you've got a primary physician or pediatric physician, they too can go ahead and order them through the federal government. Same thing with our hospitals or any of the other clinics, they can order them directly to the federal government at this point.
I want to move on to a story we here at LiveNOW have been following quite closely, and that is the death of Tyree Sampson at the Icon Park there in Orlando. Your office has been conducting its own investigation. Do you think the park needs to close?
Well, so how it works is the Icon Park itself is a huge amusement ride facility. There's restaurants, and so no, Icon Park should not be closed. It's like one. So, but the issue is that there are 2 rides that are being operated by one operator and one manufacturer, and so that one ride, the travesty of Tyree Sampson death, which was heartbreaking to say the least, in a
preventable.
Yeah. And so it is our job now as the Department of Agriculture to go through to see what went wrong, who did what and when, and who gave the authorization, because it certainly wasn't us, to make any of the adjustments to the ride. And so we have been transparent from day one, giving out as much information as we get it, getting it out first to the parents and then to the media, and making sure that we have drop boxes on our link on our website to make sure that the information is there. Once our investigation is complete, then we will see whether or not I have the power to actually close that one ride permanently. The call right now is whether or not the second ride that hasn't had any issues, but is still operated and by the same individuals and by the same manufacturer, whether or not that there should be any implications to that second ride. So again, we are looking through our statutes to see if I have the authorization to do that. But we're also going to be working with our legislative partners to see if there's changes that need to happen in our statutes, not only to prevent something like this from happening ever again, but more importantly, how to make sure that the Department of Agriculture has the authority and power to do whatever they need to do to prevent future tragedies of this nature.
Another tragedy, tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary of the Surfside condo collapse. Almost 100 people died. The recovery efforts, well into 2 months last summer. What are the lessons learned from Florida state officials into that particular disaster? Do you think anything has changed in the 1 year since?
That was such a travesty that happened almost a year ago, and it impacted everybody in our state. I was down there the evening that it had happened, so about 5 hours after the collapse. I was there almost every single day trying to help and give support to the mayor, to other fire rescue and others that were on the ground, as well as the families and to those support staff. And unfortunately, we just had a special session in Tallahassee because they went through all of session. They went through a previous special session, and it took the second special session for Democrats to say, wait a second, we haven't done anything to prevent something like this from happening again. And this has been one of my biggest issues. Why did we have to wait almost a year to make some true changes that should be made? On inspections. Unfortunately, there used to be a 5-year inspection that used to happen on any of these condos. And unfortunately, my opponent in the primary signed a bill to eliminate the 5-year inspections. And so you saw what happens when you don't do the right protocols. And so right now, I know there's a tremendous amount of lawsuits. They're trying to figure out exactly what happened, but we need to take a systemic look at the HOAs, how they operate, what type of inspections need to get done on a pretty frequent basis, and look at ways to also make sure that we're hardening our coastal community.
I want to transition, kind of segue into politics here. Of course, you are running in the Democratic primary for governor, but some of your critics, especially on the Republican side, says you have been too kind of critical and attacking Governor DeSantis rather than Charlie Crist, your Democratic opponent. You posted on Twitter recently that, I'm paraphrasing here, but that Governor Ron DeSantis would be worse than former President Trump. What do you make of that criticism? Should you focus your intent now on Charlie Crist?
I have been one of the biggest critics of Ron DeSantis the last 3.5 years. As a member of the Florida cabinet, the only Democrat to have won it in 2018, I have been that other voice in the cabinet meetings, in clemency, and on policies, especially during the pandemic. And so we have been continuously critical of the governor. And what we are doing now during the primary is reminding Democrats who Charlie Crist really is. Somebody who has flip-flopped on literally every single issue, was a Republican and then an independent, now a Democrat. And unfortunately, people need to question his convictions and whether or not he's going to actually fight for the people of our state. So we make sure that we show that the distinction between myself and Charlie. And when it comes to the current governor, we spend a lot of time showing the differences in our policies of today and making sure that people of our state know that I have been that fighter in the trenches every day against DeSantis, and showing the differences between the way we lead and the way we talk to people, the way we show compassion, the way we're transparent, just like on the vaccines. And so this criticism that I have at Governor DeSantis is valid. And I do think that he is more disastrous than President Trump, because he's actually putting dangerous policies into place and dividing our state instead of focusing on the real issues that are impacting our state, which are the economics.
You are down in some of these polls in the state of Florida to Charlie Crist. In the event that you might lose the primary, would you throw your support behind him as the nominee?
Look, I have, first of all, we are going to win this primary. I have complete confidence in that. When people are seeing the two of us together, people gravitate towards our message and they want something new. They want a true fighter. And at the end of the day, Ron DeSantis needs to be a one-term governor, and whatever it takes to get us there is where I will be.
in the event if there is a loss on your side, you are the only elected state Democrat in Florida. So would you regret not running for, say, re-election as commissioner?
That was a really hard decision that I had to make.
Yeah.
I love being Commissioner of Agriculture. I love every aspect of my job, fighting for our farmers and balancing of our agriculture and our water to consumer protection. But at the end of the day, I was taught some very fundamental principles when I was growing up. When you see an injustice in society, you have an obligation to stand up against it. When you see a bully, you have to fight them. And, so my decision to run for governor is because we have to hold Ron DeSantis accountable. And unfortunately, I do not believe that Charlie is the right candidate for the job. And so that's why I decided to run for governor. So I will never regret my decision because I know I followed my heart, I followed my passion, and most importantly, I followed the will of the people, and that's the fight for them.
Nikki Fried, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation. We'll be profiling candidates throughout the midterm primary season. I'm Andrew Kraft. Again, we have some breaking news on Capitol Hill at the moment. Senators still speaking up at the podium there. We are learning just moments ago that the vote tally is final. The Senate has passed the gun package. The vote 65 to 33. It now goes off to the House of Representatives for final approval tomorrow before the July 4th recess, and then off to President Biden's desk for his signature. This is a major move on gun reform legislation, all on the heels for tomorrow, the 1-month anniversary of the Uvalde mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. We're going to get a live report now from Houston, Texas. Fox 26 Houston reporter Matthew Seedorf joining me now. Matthew, we learned yesterday Chief Pete Arredondo placed on administrative leave. How's the community holding up 1 month later?
Well, Andrew, it seems like every day that goes on, it just gets harder and harder for much of the community, because every day they're learning something new that maybe was wrong or wasn't known before. So every detail that comes out, it seems like it's getting harder for them, and it's not an easy time for anyone. Many say it's hard to believe that it's been 1 month.
I sat on my sister's bed and I cried. I cried and I cried.
Pain and frustration in Uvalde, Texas, growing louder.
And I'm here begging for you guys to do something.
Jasmine Cazares in tears speaking with Texas lawmakers Thursday. Her young sister Jacqueline, one of 19 children and 2 teachers, shot and killed at Robb Elementary School.
We're still in shock, especially as we continue to receive new information that shows a lot of things that happened that day could have been prevented.
I actually want to know who the hell's in charge of this investigation.
New agonizing details from the investigation continue to be released day by day for now a month.
Oh, where are they at?
The gunman walked into the school through an unlocked back door carrying an AR-15. Within just 3 minutes of the attack, police can be seen on surveillance video inside the elementary school's hallway, armed with rifles, bulletproof vest, and a shield.
There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre.
Some officers in the school looked for a master key into the classroom, but never tried opening the door, which is now believed to actually have been unlocked. Parents outside the school pushing and shoving that day, trying to get in. The shooter continuing his deadly rampage for almost an hour and 15 minutes.
If you got 1 officer, that's enough, right? So you don't have to wait for 11 or 12 or 50 or 30.
Kind of just picking up the pieces and trying not to get too mad.
PJ Talavera knew several of the victims.
We have obviously a lot of grieving. We had a lot of funerals.
He's taught after school at Robb Elementary for several years.
There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of frustration over the local powers that be. Been very difficult, but it's also been very loving and very eye-opening, and there is a lot of love here, and that has been that has helped a lot.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordering a safety review of every public school in the state. Families and a community honoring and remembering the 21 lives lost, now pushing for answers.
Change something, because the people that were supposed to keep her safe at school didn't. They failed.
Reporting in Houston, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News. So many people seem to be pushing for some sort of answer after all of this, and just hearing that classroom door was open possibly for an hour and 15 minutes Andrew, just makes you shake your head.
I know, Matthew, that was just one of the kind of revelations we saw in that Texas State Senate committee room with Chief McGraw taking questions, talking about the investigation, saying that if officers could have neutralized the shooter within 3 minutes when the shooting began, and then, of course, we know it took well over an hour. We got the news yesterday. Pete Arredondo put on administrative leave. Has he issued any statements since then? I know the community was calling for that.
No, and that's the odd thing is really he's been silent. We haven't heard anything from him or his office, and that is something that the community is asking for. A lot of people want him fired. He's now on the city council. So yeah, there's definitely a demand for justice on that end as well.
All right, Fox 26, Matthew Seedorf. Thanks so much, Matthew. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, right now let's take it back out to the Senate floor. That is the news. We're pairing it with the Uvalde 1-month anniversary. 1 month later, lawmakers taking action, passing the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's the first major gun reform legislation in a generation. Let's listen in to Senator Schumer, who is up at the dais.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 976.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Michael S. Barr of Michigan to be Vice Chairman for supervision of the Board of Governors.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 976, Michael S. Barr of Michigan, to be Vice Chairman for supervision of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, June 23rd, be waived.
Without objection.
I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft back here again. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about a number of different other headlines today that we have yet to get to, including what to expect tomorrow. Will the Supreme Court rule on the Mississippi abortion case? They will be ruling on a number of cases tomorrow, but will that be one? So we'll be breaking that down. We'll be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris as she talked about Roe v. Wade today. And then we'll get a report out of Seattle, Washington. Washington State is going to be acting as one of these safe havens, one of these harbors for women possibly from out of state who live in states that restrict abortion very heavily. Maybe they can travel to Washington State to get the procedure done. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a look from the Supreme Court about 20 minutes ago. Dark there. They have more rulings to hand down tomorrow, and that Mississippi abortion law, the Dobbs case, could be one of them. Earlier today, we heard from Vice President Kamala Harris as she was talking about Roe v. Wade and what the administration's response might be in the event that Roe v. Wade is overturned, the Mississippi law is upheld. Here's the Vice President from earlier today.
To safeguard some of our most fundamental rights and freedoms. It is the responsibility to enforce civil rights protections. It is the responsibility to protect consumers. It is the responsibility as a chief legal officer, which each of them has a responsibility of being, to concern themselves with making sure that the laws that are passed in their state do comport with the constitutions of their state and with the United States Constitution, and to ensure that enforcement is conducted in a way that is fair and equal in terms of the treatment of the laws and the enforcement of the laws in their state. And so I thank them for being here today. We are specifically going to talk about an extension of their responsibilities, which has to do with the responsibility to concern themselves with the priority of ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of the women in their state, and the protection of their reproductive rights and freedoms. And so I've asked these attorneys general to meet with us, knowing that they have a pivotal role to play in defending women's reproductive freedom and their rights to make decisions about their own bodies. As reproductive rights are being restricted around our country and potentially by the Supreme Court soon, I think we believe, and we've started preliminary discussions about how attorneys general, state attorneys general, have the power, may have the power at the very least, to issue guidance to ensure that the people of their state know their rights, that they have the power to assess and potentially challenge the constitutionality of laws that are being passed in their states, and to convene legal organizations, nonprofit law firms, around what the legal community in their state can do, has the ability to do, to offer pro bono services, to offer services to the folks who will be affected by the laws that are being passed in their states. And of course, for those attorneys general that have the jurisdiction around criminal prosecution in their states, and therefore law enforcement, as many of them are, the chief law enforcement officer of their state, the ability to direct law enforcement resources in a way that, again, is actually effective in ensuring the safety and the well-being of the people of their state. So this is the conversation we're going to have. I think it's a very important point to make that in 43 states in our nation, the people elect their attorney general. And so I urge the people of our country to know the power that they have to have an impact on how the laws of their state are enforced by paying attention to who their attorney general is and where they stand on this important issue in terms of enforcing the principles, the spirit, and the ideals of the Constitution of the United States in a way that is about equal treatment of all people. And so with that, I thank you all again, these extraordinary leaders, for convening today, and I look forward to our discussion. And we will now begin our discussion. So thank you to the press for being here, and I'll wish you a good day. Okay.
Okay, so Vice President Kamala Harris there talking about Roe v. Wade, and we just had those exterior shots of the high court there, the barricades put up. You really haven't ever seen that, all in the wake of this highly anticipated ruling in the Mississippi abortion case, possibly coming down tomorrow. Now, if it doesn't come down tomorrow, the Supreme Court will probably add dates next week. They probably want to get this all done before the 4th of July holiday, and we'll have special live coverage if that case and the ruling does come down, and if it tracks and if it matches with the majority draft opinion that was leaked the first week of May, essentially upholding the law. Remember, Justice Alito, he penned it, and so many are wondering and concerned, rather, if Roe v. Wade will be no more. So that's on the docket possibly for tomorrow. I'm Andrew Kraft. When we come back, we'll be talking about the latest developments in the war in Ukraine. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to discuss the latest developments out of the war in Ukraine, also on the European continent, as we are just a week away from the NATO summit. Joining me now to discuss all of this and so much more is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you, and thanks for being with us. I know it's been a little bit since we last spoke, but a major development with Ukraine and Moldova today, Hal. EU candidate status on their way to possibly become a member of the bloc. What say you?
What a difference 4 months has made. That's all I gotta say. It's now, first off, before everybody gets too excited, you gotta keep in mind Turkey has been in EU candidate status for 20 years.
Oh wow!
So don't hold your breath. All right. With that said, there's a certain momentum behind Moldova and Ukraine that you certainly didn't see with Turkey. Also, Moldova and Ukraine are clearly European nations. Of course, Turkey, famously having 1 foot in Asia and 1 foot in Europe, has always been a crossroads country, and so there's some geographic, some cultural differences there too that we have to appreciate. But the speed with which this moved along, and it wasn't that long ago where President Macron of France was kind of throwing cold water on the whole prospect of Ukraine going into the European Union, talking about all the steps that they had to do and that this could take many years before it happened. And here they are in candidate status. And frankly, what happens on the battlefield, even though the EU is not a military organization, but what happens on the battlefield will impact this candidacy, because if the Russians are eventually pushed out of Ukrainian territory, that makes it much easier for the members of the European Union to elevate that status and to move that along further.
Hal, I just want to put up the tweet here from Ursula von der Leyen. She says today is a good day for Europe, and congratulations to both the leader of Ukraine and Moldova, saying your countries are part of our European family, and today's historic decision by leaders confirms that. Now, you were mentioning just how long you could be in this candidate status kind of scenario and designation. It could be decades.
It could be. I don't think it's going to be decades. I think things will move a lot faster. It can be much shorter too. They can move this along. I wouldn't anticipate it being months, but it could be in a few years. That's very possible. It's really tough to figure out how long this will take. I mean, let me be frank, there hasn't been a situation like Ukraine in a very long time. You kind of have to go back to World War II to find a situation like Ukraine. So all bets are off as to how long this will take. But the fact that they are in this status now and this happened so quickly, I can tell you right now, if you and I, talking at the end of February and talking about EU, them becoming a member of the EU, that seemed like years off before they'd ever get to this point.
Yeah.
And here they are.
Wow.
So frankly, things are moving fast. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting though, is with the European Union and NATO, European Union has sanctions against Russia. NATO has sanctions against Russia. All right. There has been a lot within the NATO and European Union member nations. There's been a lot of unity in terms of enforcing the sanctions. Of course, the latest is the Lithuanian and Kaliningrad blocking that. Nothing happens in a vacuum. None of these things happen in isolation. And I think that they're trying to communicate to Russia the power of European unity with the European Union and NATO, and the fact that they can affect things in a non-military way, in this case, sanctions enforcement against Kaliningrad, in a way that it kind of gets Russia's attention.
Hal, let's talk about weapons. Let's talk about aid. Let's talk about money. The United States said today they're sending $450 million in additional military aid to Ukraine. The statement from the Pentagon said 4 HIMARS systems, 36,000 rounds of ammo, 18 tactical vehicles, 1,200 grenade launchers, 2,000 machine guns, and so much more. And we finally got an update, I believe, from the Ukrainian Minister of Defense there, saying HIMARS have arrived to Ukraine. Thank you to my colleague and friend, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, for these powerful tools, exclamation point. summer will be hot for Russian occupiers, and the last one for some of them. Oh, really kind of artful way of saying that and thanking Secretary of Defense there. So they are finally there. Will they have an impact, Hal?
They'll have a huge impact. The missiles they have now with those HIMARS systems can reach out 45 to 50 miles. There's nothing the Russians have in the way of artillery or multiple launch rocket systems that can come even close to that. So literally using a variety of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance assets, using things like counter battery radar, what I expect to see is a dramatic increase in the attrition of Russian artillery and multiple launch rocket systems, what we call counter battery fire. That is really the long pole in the tent for the Russians. That's what's enabled them to make rather modest gains on the battlefield, but the way they do it is through overwhelming firepower. They just basically destroy areas with artillery and rocket fire. If you can take out that artillery and that rocket fire from the Russians, if you can cause heavy attrition on those systems and you somewhat neutralize them on the battlefield, the Russians have shown time and again, they don't maneuver very well. They don't move on the battlefield very well. And if those systems can be basically negated as far as a significant, a significant battlefield system for them, it has a disproportionate effect on the Russians. Not only would it curtail their offensive movement, but it also causes them to have to rethink and possibly pull back from their defensive positions. And there's a lot of experts right now. HIMARS is a big part of this. They're saying within about 2 or 3 weeks that they see kind of a crux for the Russians.
Yeah,
they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink to try and take what they can in the Donbass. You know, 2 cities that somewhat politically important for Putin, militarily, strategically really don't matter.
Okay.
But they're doing it in a way, and they're taking such heavy losses that in a couple weeks, their ability to press the offense will probably end. And that's what they're kind of referring to. This is going to be a hot summer for the Russians. It's cost them so much to make these rather modest gains.
Right.
That with taking out that artillery, they're expecting to see Ukrainian counteroffensives potentially regain a lot of the territory that the Russians have fought so hard for and are fighting for right now.
Yeah, let's talk about Vladimir Putin for a moment. We haven't really talked about him. Do you think he is somewhat coming out of this? He has been speaking rather boldly in the last few weeks, talking about how there is really no unipolar power anymore in the world. He was also talking to students about how he essentially envisions himself as Peter the Great reincarnate. So do you think Putin is kind of on his high horse, that, the negotiations are stalled, the war goes on? Yes, the Russian economy is in shambles, but Putin seems to be, I don't want to say riding high, but not as in a position as he was when the war's outset began.
That's one way to look at it, and that's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it. I would look at it another way. They're taking huge losses on the battlefield. They are unable to make their objectives. Russia right now, militarily speaking, has become a laughingstock around the world. The Chinese are having to rethink their entire military strategy after watching how badly the Russians have performed with their military and wondering, gee, can we do the same thing? So I think what he's trying to do is offset the reality on the battlefield, the reality on the ground, with some, overbearing rhetoric, comparing himself to Peter the Great, which, by the way, also has some geographic implications there. When you talk about Peter the Great, you're talking about the war against Sweden, and that brings into the issue of the Baltic states, among other territories, which is not an indirect by the way inference there. That is a clear inference, is to put pressure on the Baltic states. And of course, that kind of goes back to our discussion on Kaliningrad. So he brings that up. And then, of course, basically saying the unipolar world. The reality is the United States as the world's sole superpower has been changing for a bit, more to do with China arising as a major world power and the economic clout that it has, which they're trying to, match with military clout. That's just a simple reality. So it's interesting he says that. I don't know if he's trying to brag on China's power status, but certainly Russia is not in a power status, although they are bringing in slightly more revenues now because the price of oil is so high and they are able to export some oil. So in that part, maybe he's feeling a little bit of wind in his sails, but there's deeper problems that they're having in Russia. And I think he's really just trying to rhetorically offset everything else.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We are getting well into midsummer here, and the fighting rages on in the east. And so we'll be tracking it all here on Live Now from Fox, Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal Kempfer, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we want to offer highlights of the 5th installment of the January 6th hearings today on Capitol Hill. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol there, and it was quite a show. Remember, the committee was trying to hone in the pressure campaign on high-ranking DOJ officials. They testified. They highlighted what that campaign was like, put to them by former President Trump and his allies and his legal team to try to overturn the 2020 election. We'll have highlights in 2 minutes.
This is the committee's 5th hearing this month. Today, former Justice Department officials detailed their interactions with President Trump in the days leading up to the January 6th riots. Lawmakers on the January 6th committee hearing testimony from former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, his top deputy Richard Donahue, and Stephen Engel.
Together, these public servants resisted Mr. Trump's effort to misuse the Justice Department as part of his plan to hold on to power.
Rosen, who took over for Attorney General Bill Barr, detailed his talks with former President Trump on his claims of election fraud.
We did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Rosen said he threatened to resign and that more DOJ employees would follow if Mr. Trump replaced him with a lower-level official named Jeffrey Clark, who supported the president's false claims.
It was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations, and I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president these allegations were simply not true.
And on Wednesday, federal authorities searched Clark's home in Virginia. Republicans on Capitol Hill have largely ignored and dismissed the hearings as a distraction.
This thing is a joke. This is not a congressional hearing.
Thursday's hearing is the last one scheduled for June. More hearings are set for next month. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. We want to show you highlights from the hearing today. In case you might have missed it, there were a lot of bombshell testimonies, lots of revelations. Some we had known before, some in greater detail, some we had not known before. Let's take it away.
I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And he was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did Mr. Clark ask you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to, both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No. As the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th, so I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the Acting Attorney General and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the President did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as Attorney General, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the President made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the Assistant Attorney Generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every Assistant Attorney General you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Macon Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all, without hesitation, said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the President were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting Attorney General. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the President turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law, and that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country, and therefore I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think, because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there. That did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the Deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in, and then we told the president, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside, and he said, "Well, bring him in." And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs. I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did, so I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign, because I think he was.
Thank you for
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, "Are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president?" I said, "No, I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to." And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, "The president wants you in the meeting." I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took probably 2 or 3 steps in, and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army T-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, "Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know he was going to be here." And he said, no, just come in, come in, come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, "Oh, no, you're going to be up here." And everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered. And so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, "What do I have to lose?" And it was actually a good opening, because I said, "Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose." And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose, and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department.